serdecznie.
If you want to
Miejsc do wyboru jest
enter
sporo.
the room, please don't be shy. Take a seat.
Drodzy Państwo, dzień dobry.
Good
Witamy
morning
bardzo gorąco
again. I would like to
na
welcome
konferencji
everyone
pod nazwą
at the
PROM. Krótkie
conference
wyjazdy,
PROM,
wielkie
short trips,
możliwości.
big
To wydarzenie
opportunities. The
podsumowuje
event
realizację jednego z większych programów
summarizes,
NAWA,
results
finansowanego
of
ze
biggest
środków
programs
programu
NAWA,
operacyjnego
financed
Wiedza,
by,
Edukacja, Rozwój.
Knowledge
Przed nami
Education
mnóstwo
Development Program.
doświadczeń,
We're
mnóstwo
going to
wniosków,
experience
mnóstwo
a lot
wiedzy
of
związanej
different
właśnie z
knowledge,
tym programem.
things about the program.
O zabranie głosu
And I would like to
uprzejmie proszę
ask,
pana profesora, doktora
Profesor
habilitowanego inżyniera
Arkadiusz,
Dariusza Łyżbę, prorektora do spraw
Łyżba,
współpracy Politechniki
Prorector
Wrocławskiej.
for Cooperation of Wrocław University of Science and Technology. Please join me here on stage.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very
Witam
much. I
Państwa
would like
wszystkich.
to welcome everyone
Ja Pana się
gathered
pytałem, ile
here.
mam czasu.
I
Tak,
ask you
ogólnie
how
jak
much
długo
time
mówię,
I have
wobec tego
because I
postaram
can
się teraz
speak
mówić
for
krótko,
a
bo
really
jak nie mam
long time, but I will try to
określonego
be
czasu, to
brief
znaczy, że
because
mam
if I
mówić
don't
krótko.
have time set, I have to
Ja
be
może, bo
quick.
słyszę pogłos,
There is a technical
wydaje mi
problem.
się,
I
że
can
jestem
hear
dobrym
myself.
belfrem i
I
będę mówił
think that
głośno.
I am a
Czy wszyscy mnie
good
słyszą z Państwa?
teacher,
Super.
and
Chciałem
I
powiedzieć tak,
cannot
ja
use,
jestem
I don't have to
prorektorem
use
Politechniki
microphone.
Wrocławskiej, odpowiadam za współpracę
I
jako
am
całość.
also
Czyli wszystko
responsible
to, co
for
dotyczy na zewnątrz
cooperation.
Politechniki,
So
jest w mojej
all
gestii.
the activities, all the
Czyli
external
również
activities of our
umiędzynarodowienie, wszystkie
university,
programy
this is
wymiany,
my
wszystkie
supervision. All
programy
the
grantowe,
programs,
wszystko jest w
grants,
moim
scholarships.
obszarze
This is what
zainteresowań.
I
Chciałem
deal
powiedzieć
with.
tak, że jak patrzę, jednak chyba może spróbujemy. Proszę popatrzeć, krótkie wyjazdy,
Short trips,
wielkie możliwości.
big possibilities, big opportunities. When I look at my professional and scientific career, if I added all my stayings in one country, in France, so if I summed it upward, then I would say that I spent in France altogether 5 years.
Dobrze. To spędziłem we Francji 5 lat. Czyli efekt jest taki, pracując ponad 30 lat na uczelni, 5 lat to są moje doświadczenia zagraniczne. W różnych ośrodkach, z różnych ośrodków i instytucji moje pobyty były finansowane. Teraz jak mówimy wielkie możliwości, to jest pierwsza idea, którą ja ciągle swoim młodym ludziom, moim współpracownikom, studentom powtarzam. Możemy się uczyć, możemy się edukować, możemy korzystać również z Wikipedii, ale bezpośrednie doświadczenia wynikające z wymiany wiedzy są niezastępowalne. I jeśli gdzieś pojedziemy, niezależnie czy to jest wybitny ośrodek, czy to jest mniej znany ośrodek, to tylko od osoby, która tam pojedzie, zależy, czy skorzysta z tego wyjazdu. Ja nie wyobrażam sobie, żeby mógł być wyjazd taki, z którego nie można nic skorzystać. To jest troszeczkę tak jak w badaniach naukowych. Jeżeli stawiam tezę, chcę ją udowodnić, to każdy wynik jest wynikiem wartościowym. Nawet ten negatywny, że ta teza nie obowiązuje. Cały ten program dotyczył oczywiście wymiany możliwości mobilności młodych pracowników, głównie doktorantów, na okresy od 5 do 30 dni. To wsparcie dlaczego jest takie potrzebne? Otóż Państwo wiedzą, że wszystkie uczelnie funkcjonują dzięki subwencji z ministerstwa. Jeżeli sobie popatrzymy na te algorytmy, na 6 wskaźników, które jest, to tam jest też wskaźnik umiędzynarodowienia, ale on głównie liczy pobyty długoterminowe. Wobec tego pobyty krótkoterminowe muszą być finansowane ze środków własnych uczelni z pozyskiwania różnych grantów.
From different grants. So the aim of exchange is, I think, excellent.
Nie wszystkie uczelnie mogą sobie na to
I don't think that all higher institutions in Poland can afford that, to finance such programs, and even not all scientific units are able to subsidize it because they will have restrictions in their budgets. Some things cannot be qualified for such trips. That's why I think that the idea of exchanging students is wonderful. But of course, I regret that this program has ended or is ending. So because we are summing up results, we don't have power. We will have other things, other grants, and we're waiting for them to resolve. And I think that the consequences of our today's meeting will be a consequence of the new program. So we will be richer with new experiences. If we want to go abroad, meet different areas of knowledge, get extra experience, then realizing such programs, balancing them up, summing them up, well, thanks to that we have new knowledge and new programs. And the new programs will be realized, and we will use all the benefits of the previous ones, and we will eliminate the faults of the previous scholarships. I would like to again welcome you at Wrocław University of Science and Technology. I encourage you to visit our campus. As a host, I have to boast and tell you that in online competition, our campus was acknowledged as one of the 15th most beautiful campuses around the world. If you say one of 15, so it was actually 15th. But it was 14th, not 15th. We were not the last one. So I wish you a lot of opportunities to visit the campus. It's a beautiful weather outside. Go by the Oder River. There is a beautiful route for students and for teachers. The boulevard is a part of our campus, and this is the only element of our campus thanks to which students and employees come here even on Saturday and Sunday. There is no other element that would attract people here than this boulevard. So use your time, because you are here in Wrocław, the weather is beautiful, go outside and visit interesting elements of our campus. And one more thing that is very close to my heart. I'm a construction engineer, so I would like to mention that we have Centennial Hall in Wrocław, which is over 100 years. But here in our campus we have Berg's buildings here, and Wrocław University of Technology revitalized one of the oldest buildings from 1920. Department of Mathematics is now there, and medical department is there. And I think this is one of the most beautiful buildings of our campus. How was it renovated? The original architecture was left, and I think that it is worth saying that. I am a practitioner, I am a construction engineer. Even if I enter the building, I don't want to leave it. So first Boulevard and then the building I mentioned. You should visit it. I wish you a great stay in Wrocław, rich discussions, and I hope that next programs will be successful as well, and will be an ability to share with other units and other people to share your knowledge. So thank you again and wish you all the best.
Dziękuję bardzo gorąco panu profesorowi.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now,
Pana doktora Dawida
I would
Kosteckiego,
like to ask
dyrektora
Dr.
Narodowej
Dawid
Agencji Wymiany Akademickiej.
Kostecki, Director of the National Academic Exchange Agency, to take the floor. Your Magnificence, Director, dear participants of this summarizing conference, and employees of project offices, because this is for you particularly to summarize these activities that we managed to perform and to complete, but also think not only about some success stories, but also look in the future, a very close future, I would say, because right now we're in the period of inaugurations of the academic year 2023-24. For our National Academic Exchange Agency, this is also a period of inaugurating beginning of new programs related to European funds for social development, for example. And we can't imagine that support that has been operating, that has been given to us for 6 years, and that was flowing to universities and academias, for it to be stopped. That is why on the 24th of October we are starting a new program that was greatly expected, of strategic partnerships. Many of those who sit here asked us about it. When will we start it? So I'm here to provide you the answer. 24th of October this year. Also, this year, we're starting another edition of Welcome to Poland program that also was present here in our host in Wrocław University of Science and Technology. So we want to continue this endeavor of building friendly environment for foreign scientists and students. But today, we will focus mostly on the PROM program, Short Trips, Big Opportunities. The title, I think, reflects the idea that changed contemporary mobility from long-term mobility to a short-term one. And this trend is related with the COVID-19 pandemics, naturally, because changes in the subsequent application rounds, 2018-2019, contributed to the fact that it was more and more important to introduce this short-term or a hybrid mobility, because the idea of this program, as the director said, the idea of this program lasting from 5 to 30 days is to find relations, to get increase your network, to find study materials. So this is a great possibility of building international relations, regardless of the academic unit you're going to. In Wrocław, we have a special place, venue called Hydropolis, that shows how we are comprised of water in 70%. And 30% would be other elements. And I think that really nicely depicts the career of a scientist. 30% would be cooperation with a supervisor, and 70% would be some kind of mobility. Of course, taking the very motivation aside here, but mobility per se becomes key to establish new contacts, to build your position on your career path. But it's not a value in itself, understood as performing certain motions, certain academic exchange just for the sake of it. It is of a much deeper importance. First, we make networks, increase our networks to have better chance at common publications, common projects, seminars, symposia, common activities that can be then applied with modern technologies. So the picture that we have in our minds, people comprised of 70% of water, this is an image of young scientists for whom or who is 70% dependent on the academic exchange idea. What is special about the PROM program? Well, flexibility, I would say. This is something that I couldn't have as a young scientist. By flexibility, I mean having a chance for those that combine being studying at a doctoral school with part-time employment, for them to be able to go abroad, for those who have children or have other obligations to be able to establish international contacts in science. This gives us an opportunity of an equal treatment, because as we all know, in other programs for scientists or PhDs, long-term mobility is related to a number of obligations and responsibilities that you sometimes need to leave here for that, or need to stop for that trip to take place. In short time, trips, we are flexible. We don't need to get rid of the current employment means, the form of employment, or we can leave our children for a couple of days and go somewhere to establish scientific contact. By directing the National Academic Exchange Agency I've been doing it for over a year, I have a privilege of fulfilling scientific dreams. And this is something that motivates me a lot, and it inspires me a lot. So, while wishing you fruitful discussions and mentioning that our work is noticed by the supervising ministry, that is going to be said in a moment, I wanted to give you a feeling that our agency can participate actively in fulfilling your scientific dreams, and we want to keep doing that. This is the most beautiful job I can dream of. As it was said, making others happy is a dream of happy people. So, as we all sit here in this room, thanks to this meeting in Wrocław, we are happy. Have a great discussion. Have a great conference. Thank you very much, Director. Let me now read a letter from the Minister of Education and Science. Dear Director, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to this important event. Unfortunately, other obligations don't allow me to meet you here in person. Though I would like to congratulate the National Academic Exchange Agency and all those who, starting from 2018, became part of the PROM program, International Exchange of Students and Young Scientists. It's very important in supporting and shaping excellence of scientists from Poland or from abroad. I'm convinced that short-term trips within PROM program greatly contributed to broadening experience or scientific horizons of many scientists. I deeply believe that success, that is definitely right now part of this program, is very important for increasing internationalizing of higher education and science in the country. I would like to congratulate you of your achievements, and I would like to send my best regards to the participants of the conference. I would like to wish you all fruitful discussions, and I hope that these discussions will turn into a forum for sharing experience. I would like to wish you joy and satisfaction of the conducted endeavors, and all the best in fulfilling them. Yours faithfully, Przemysław Czarnek. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to ask Professor Mariusz Mazurkiewicz, Deputy Dean for Students' Affairs of the Management Department at the Wrocław University of Science and Technology.
bardzo. Szanowni Państwo, krótkie wyjazdy, wielkie możliwości.
Yes, short trips, big opportunities. When I heard about this idea for the first time to mention green transformation during this conference, I thought maybe somebody who suggested it is not serious. That there is some misalignment here. So I decided to leave the slogan that came to my mind. So, contradiction. I added apparent contradiction into the title because when I thought about the topic of this meeting, the goals of the program and the audience that will listen to me, well, I decided that yes, it is an apparent contradiction, truly. And the first slide would be very helpful here because that would help me, that would spark my memory to carry on. It might seem that I will encourage you to be absolutely green in terms of your trips. So, for example, you have to cycle for the target university. Well, of course, that would be problematic in terms of time that you have. It might seem that only green, low-emission means of transport can be used for short-term trips. But again, that would leave you with not a lot of time to pursue your goals during such trip. Short trip and the fact that the program provides for flexibility is contradictory to acting pro-ecologically. So bike definitely is a good idea, but within reason. I didn't remember how big of a screen we have. This bike is electric. So this is this shows the level of my engagement, of me being a person talking about green transformation is in a way that is very enthusiastic. So, in universities, we have two main factors that make for us talking about green universities, green campuses, and so on. These two factors are will of the academic community, a response to climate challenges related to the life on Earth in general, and the second factor is a certain pressure coming from external institutions. Applying for funds very often is tied to the necessity of emphasizing green issues, whatever that means, of the project, green aspects of the project. Regardless whether we talk about people who are convicted to do so, or doing things because otherwise you wouldn't get a grant, or you would get less points in the competition, or similar reasons. Still, we can do a lot in this matter.
I think I'm here because of two important reasons, because my assessment involves two important reasons. I have a pleasure to direct two projects associated with green transformation. In reality, one of them, as part of the UNITE, is just working project, is less a draft, but one package even is a big project, so I can say that I had the project in green transformation at Ukrainian universities. This idea was due to the program in solidarity with Ukraine. Our intention is to include Ukrainian universities to the work of UNITE network. We discussed a lot how to help online in Poland, what kind of activities should be initiated. Such discussions were, in a way, summarized with our application to NAVA agency by having this project and realizing it this year.
Proszę Państwa, w ramach sieci
Ladies and
Unite
gentlemen, as part of the project network, as part of the Green Transformation Package, we conduct works in 4 different areas. First of all, we decided to define Green University. What is it? Of course, Green Campus, Trans-European Green Campus, it has, it's very sophisticated, it's very serious wording, but the essence of this task refers to defining what does it mean that a university is green. Just to put it briefly. We are also planning activities which will change our universities into green ecosystem. We will create at the beginning 9 different campuses that will be named as green ecosystems, and then we will combine it into one trans-regional campus online, which will propel innovations associated with green transition. We are also planning to include external stakeholders to sometimes, for example, help to cities and universities have a kind of consensus. Of course, this is everything supervised by digital transformation, and we're also trying by creating a system of micro documentation support green transformation. From our point of view, the most important task is enabling our graduates access to knowledge, access to the possibilities of having new qualifications that they couldn't get at universities because they didn't have such faculty, as part of short trainings. And this is what we are doing as part of the Unite program. Green University is about defining what a green university actually is. So far, we have described the definition of Green University by creating green standards based on the aims of UN Sustainable Development. So we didn't open the doors that were already opened. We used the already existing standards, and as a base, we used them in our standard, in our document. So we created a document which defines what does it mean that university propels green transition in terms of research, education, and green campus. This document is one of the parts of the path we want to build, a connection that we want to build between the concept of Green University in theory and in reality. Every day we have a lot of challenges associated with green transition. These are challenges for university, such as results of, for example, external activities, applying for new money in Erasmus program, and many other. Actually, we don't know how can we organize activity at universities that will lead to the Green University concept. As part of the network, we want to build connections between what we are doing day to day at universities and a concept of Green University that is purely theoretical. We are doing it at 16 universities at the same time, 9 Unite network plus 7 leading Ukrainian universities that are educating future engineers. We are at the Wrocław University of Technology, so we focus on partners that are in similar disciplines, and they train engineers. The list of Ukrainian universities was created in a very simple way. We checked our university's partners. We asked them if they're interested, we met with them, and we act together as part of the project. It's surprising because when we were preparing this offer, we assumed that our Ukrainian partners want to cooperate with us, but that wasn't sure because green transition and everyday problems of Ukrainian society are maybe even more important, and they wouldn't want to deal with this problem. But actually, we confirmed that even in such a difficult situation of academia at Ukraine, well, even for them, green transitioning is important aspect for them. And short-term academic mobility realized in these two projects, but not only in these two projects. I'm going to tell you a bit about it. This short-term academic mobility, first of all, can be referred to initiatives associated with promoting and implementing sustainable development at universities. This is about the aims of the fellowship. It's about the activities that are important here. So green mobility is not only that you take your bike to Dresden, to our strategic partner, which is doable, but only for some people. And it's also the aim for which we are doing such things. And this is about all activities at university. This is not only about research, education. This is also about administrative activities. So activity of a university as an economic unit. So what can we do to make it happen in terms of being green? Of course, I'm not talking about obvious solutions like taking a bike instead of a car to the nearest university. Because, as I mentioned, this is not actually about the idea of the program. Green technology as a host of people who are coming to Wrocław for short-term fellowships. Well, in this program, we can include promoting solutions that seem to be important to be promoted. And it doesn't have to be the main aim of mobility, of course. It can be just an element, additional element that we can implement. Of course, promoting eco-transport. Of course, it depends on the institution, and we can do a lot here. Transportation is about the main trip, so coming to the destination, but also it's about what's happening at the spot. Of course, as part of the mobility, you need to get somewhere, but the campus of university or your place of living will be far away from each other. So we can, of course, encourage people to take, for example, sustainable forms of transportation by financial incentives. But if you're a host, you can also do it. Green organization, partnership, cooperation, including these organizations into activities associated with sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, as part of these two projects, we include our partners that are here in Wrocław into activities of creating green campus. We share our experiences, we talk to them, we tell them what can we move to our campus, what can we adapt at our university. And each time when we host people visiting our university, we include in such program of the visit, informing people what is going on at the university in terms of greening, of making it green. Short-term mobility for students, a component that refers to sustainable development. Micro-credentials. This is a tool that allows including all these elements of sustainable development possible and attractive for the participants of the exchange. Of course, education and research online, something obvious instead of mobility, but education and research can be also used to even if people are here physically, well, we can intensify their experience. So compensation, CO2 compensation programs, some universities that cooperate with us as part of Unite Network implemented such programs. This is something to be done, organizing meetings that are eco-friendly, organizing access to participants of the meetings to green transportation on the site, for example, renting them city bikes in a simple and easy way. These are the things that can be done day by day. They don't require much of an effort. If you're a host, you make it more even attractive for participants to be here. Because participants see that you take care of environment, that you don't only build theoretical models, but you actually implement it in practice and you do something for environment. I have to mention minimizing the results of exchange into the environment. So I'm talking here about promoting sustainable forms of transportation, promoting taking the railway or public transportation. If you cannot do it entirely, you can just take, partly such transportation. Of course, we cannot force anyone to take the train. Of course, except for some people, avid, for example, cyclists, we cannot force other people to take the bike. Trainings, workshops, including people to take part in lectures, workshops, and the results of such education refer to green transitioning to environmental protection, volunteering. We mentioned 1 month limit. Maybe this is a chance to take part in volunteering activities. If you're sending your students, you can promote such activities. As a host, you can also think about it, even if this exchange is 1 month long. Now, gastronomy, we have a choice. We have freedom to choose restaurants. For example, we can inform people about local restaurants, about eco-friendly and fair trade suppliers. Conscious choices. We have to say it aloud. That, well, this is obvious, but it needs to be pronounced. I think it is worth mentioning such things when we are talking about exchange of students. It's not like I sat down and I invented all these ideas. These are the voices of discussions that appeared when we had different meetings. And we wanted to create innovative and open society, which was to serve green transitioning. And then promotion. Accommodation that is environmentally friendly, hostels, hotels. It can be done, and you don't interfere here with freedom or lowering the costs associated with that may also be the result of it. Well, we've never tried, so we don't know. And the minimal use of resources, so reduction of waste, the choice of proper accommodation, advice, guidelines, how we can do it, especially if we are the host, online cooperation, for example, preparation for visits, online guidelines can enrich the visits, can bring additional benefits. Public transportation, promotion, I mentioned that, sustainable transportation at the time of the visit. And cultural events about eco topic. So when people have here their free time, or our students somewhere have free time, well, this is a good way for them to think about sustainable environment. And of course, exchange of experiences, gathering information. So if people leave and people that we host, well, they can use this day to look at good practices, talk in real life with people who are actually implementing here good practices and verify for themselves is this a good idea that can be copied or adopted at their institution.
No i proszę Państwa, zielona mobilność.
And then that brings us to green mobility, an element of incorporating green mobility practice into short-term residency or exchange programs. That makes for us changing motivation of the participants of these programs. In the future, that may lead to us being more open to innovation, not in every activity, but at least in part of our activities will perceive these green aspects better.
No i szanowni Państwo, to było bardzo ogólnie określone, co można zrobić w
broad definition of what can you do or during your stay to make it more green.
Natomiast co my robimy?
But then what do we
w ramach
do
programu Zielona Transformacja
during the Green Transformation Project in Ukrainian universities in September? So quite recent, so we have finished a green school for students from Ukrainian universities, and within that school, these people came to Wrocław. This was the idea for the summer school, and we wanted to host Ukrainian students here, so traveling was necessary, of course, because of the war-related circumstances. It was directed by public transport. And the green component was dominating here because we proposed workshops and trainings that were optional, in which each of them talked about some green transformation, green transition elements. Of course, they were of facultative nature, so some of them were more popular, some were less popular, but still, all the elements of the students' stay here in Wrocław referred to the green transition. Additionally, as part of this project, we have a couple of week cycles in which we host representatives of these 7 Ukrainian universities that cooperate with us in preparing a green university or green campus model. Right now, we are establishing a self-assessment mechanisms in terms of defining our standards, so how green we are or how far we are from this model of green, ideal green university. We're also working on micro-certifications projects for Ukrainian universities. The idea is for the system to work initially for the students from Ukraine, and then that it will be broadened to the Unite network students. And we prepared a survey asking students how do students
powiązane z zieloną transformacją. Przedstawiliśmy im około
related to the green transition. We've presented them with 30 different options that we are able to offer, so that was not a wishful thinking survey, let's say. They had a choice out of 30 something options.
studentki,
And
studenci
it turned out
uczelni
that
ukraińskich są prawie
Ukrainian
jednomyślni.
students
Te
are
trzy opcje,
almost
które
of
są
one
tutaj
mind.
wymienione,
These three options
ograniczenie
that
było
are
do 3,
named here,
więcej nie mamy zasobów.
they were
To są
asked
opcje,
to
które
choose
zostały
3 out
wskazane
of 30.
przez ponad
They were
50% głosujących.
selected by
Sondaż.
over 50%
I w tej chwili
of
pracujemy
the
nad tym, żeby
respondents in
te
the survey. Right
szkolenia,
now,
te treningi
we're working
przygotować.
to prepare such
One będą
trainings.
uruchomione niebawem,
They
a
will
niebawem
start
znaczy w październiku, zakończone
this month,
do końca
actually, and finished by the end
listopada,
of
ocenione
November,
i najlepszy z
assessed,
nich,
and the best,
znowu motywacja dla
again, motivation
prowadzących, którzy to
for
przygotowują,
trainers,
będzie dostępny w ramach
the
sieci
best will be made available within Unite
I to jest też nasz
network.
wkład, jeśli
And this
chodzi
is
o
our
zieloną
contribution
transformację.
in terms
Oczywiście
of the
forma
green
zdalna,
transition.
jeśli
Of
chodzi
course,
o
it's all remotely
mikropoświadczenia w tym
in terms
aspekcie
of micro
forma
certifications.
zdalna. No i szanowni państwo, pozwoliłem sobie tutaj
And
z punktu widzenia logotypu, wizualizacji może na pewną
I allowed myself
zbyt dużą dowolność,
a
ale
bit of
nie chciałem
freedom
już
in
bawić
terms
się
of
w
logos and
formatowanie
visualizations.
slajdów i tak dalej,
I didn't want to
stąd
format
wygląda,
the
jak
slide, so
wygląda.
it looks like
Pozwoliłem sobie
it
tutaj
does.
jeszcze podać 3
But
przykłady tego, co robimy
I
w
allowed
ramach
myself
sieci
to give you 3 more examples of our activities
Otóż,
within
jeżeli
Unite
mówimy o
Alliance, Unite
badaniach,
Network.
o tym, co to znaczy być zielonym,
Talking about
jeśli chodzi o badania,
studies and
to my tutaj
being
w
green
Politechnice
in our
zorganizowaliśmy
research, we
warsztaty,
have created workshops here in the University of
tworzeniu
Technology that talked
konsorcjów,
about
które
creating
będą
consortia
aplikować
that
o nowe
will
środki w
apply
ramach
for new
projektów
funds
powiązanych
within
z energią,
projects
zieloną
related to
transformacją,
energy,
klimatem,
green
czy
transition,
ochroną
climate
klimatu.
protection.
Coś takiego miało miejsce. Cel główny,
Main
energia,
goal
ochrona klimatu,
was
zielona
to
transformacja.
protect the environment, to
Jeśli chodzi o
enable and
edukację,
facilitate green
pozwoliłem sobie
transition.
tutaj
In terms
wrzucić
of
przykład,
education,
który
another example
zainspirował mnie też, ale też
that inspired me,
kolegów,
but also
kilka
some
koleżanek i kolegów
colleagues
z naszego wydziału do
from
tego, aby
our department
konkurs dla studentów,
to create
tak zwana
a
Akademia Biznesu, czyli
contest
pomysły biznesowe, startupy
within
i
the
tym podobne,
so-called business academy, so
przerobić na konkurs, w którym albo
management
dodać
academy
komponent,
and
w
startup
którym
academy,
będziemy koncentrować się
to
na
add a
zielonej
component to this
transformacji.
competition
I tak
in
w
which we
2022
focus
roku,
on
rok
green
temu,
transformation. So
okazało się,
year
że
ago,
3 najlepsze projekty, które się
2022,
pojawiły
it turned out
w
that the
ramach
3
tego
best
konkursu,
projects that
nieinspirowane w żaden
were
sposób
created
przez
as
nas,
part
nie było
of this
w ogóle mowy o
project,
tym,
not
że
inspired by
kierujemy się w
us.
stronę zielonej
We
transformacji.
didn't even
Absolutnie
say
do pełnej zgody
the
studentów i
participants that
studentów.
we are
Te 3 projekty
striving towards
dokładnie
green
wpisują
transformation.
się
So
w to,
these 3
co uczelnia może
projects
zrobić dla
right
zielonej
into
transformacji. No i stąd powstał pomysł,
our
żeby
obligation
to
to change our
rozszerzyć na całą
university
sieć
to the
i
green
prowadzić
transition, to
działania
enable
dla
green transition. So therefore we had the idea
studentów
of
wszystkich
broadening
uczelni
the
w tym
scope of these
No i
projects
szanowni
to the
państwo,
whole
nasz
network.
standardowy przykład, jeśli
And
chodzi o działania
our
związane
standard
z zielonym
example in
kampusem,
terms of
coś, czym
green
możemy się
campus
chwalić,
activities,
goszcząc
something we
osoby
can
nawet na
boast,
krótkiej wymianie.
hosting people
Być może
even
państwo będziecie
on
mieli
short-term
okazję te nasze
exchange.
pszczoły,
You
które są
might
dokładnie oznakowane, każda sztuka,
you
ale
will maybe
na
have the
kampusie
possibility
jeszcze
of
zobaczyć,
seeing
pogoda temu
the
sprzyja.
bees on
Na
our
dachu,
campus,
na dachach
on
budynków
the
uczelni, tu w
roofs
okolicy
of our
są po prostu
buildings.
przygotowane
There
miejsca
are beehives,
noclegowe dla pszczół,
basically,
czyli ule, i te pszczoły
prepared for the
pełnią
bees,
prostą funkcję.
and the bees have a simple
Pozwalają
function. They
zazielenić obszar
allow
kampusu,
us to
dzięki temu mamy
green
to 14 miejsce.
the campus area. That's why we are 14th in the ranking. Maybe, hopefully,
Czyli to są
next time we
przykłady
will
tych
be even
konkretnych
higher than
działań.
14.
I tutaj
So these are
chciałbym
the
powiedzieć,
examples
że
of specific activities.
pozornie te wszystkie
And
historie, które
seemingly,
pozwoliłem sobie tutaj
all of these
wylistować
stories
jako
that I listed
pomysły,
here as
promujmy
ideas,
zrównoważony
let's
transport,
promote
dodajmy
sustainable
ten, dodawajmy
transport,
ten
let's
zielony
add
komponent
these
i tak
green
dalej.
components to our
Wydaje mi się
projects
trochę
and so on,
oderwane od
seem
rzeczywistości.
far,
Rozwiązania są bardzo
from
proste, te
reality,
proste
but
przykłady. Jestem
solutions
pewny,
are
że
easy, as you can
każdej
see.
uczelni, jaką
And
państwo
I'm pretty
reprezentujecie,
sure that
takie
in
rzeczy
each
się dzieją.
university that you
Tylko to
represent,
pozbierać,
these kind of
odpowiednio
ideas can be
przedstawić,
implemented. You just need to
wypromować
collect it,
i
promote it correctly,
ruszać z tym
present
na
it
szersze
correctly, and
wody.
then
Dzięki programowi
start
PROM te szersze
implementing.
wody
And thanks
są
to
dla państwa
PROM program,
dostępne.
it is possible. Wherever
Pozwolę
you're
sobie ten
from.
slajd już opuścić. Tu są
Let me
inicjatywy
skip this.
prezentowane
These are initiatives
podejmowane przez naszych
taken
partnerów w
by
ramach
our
sieci
partners
Unite.
within Unite
Tylko
network.
informacyjnie obrazki,
Just
nic
an
więcej.
information.
I myślę, że na tym
And I think this is going to
na
be
tym zakończę.
it
Ten slajd też
for me.
będę opuszczał
Yes,
ze
I'll
względu
skip
na
this
to,
slide
że
as well,
czas nas trochę
since
goni.
I'm a
I
bit
na tym
pushed
po
for
prostu
time.
zamknę to
So let me
wystąpienie.
close
Dziękuję państwu
here.
za uwagę.
Thank you very much
Jeżeli
for
jakieś pytania są
the
jakieś
attention. I'm not sure if we
jakby co,
have time for questions. If
Gorąco
not,
dziękujemy. Tak, jeśli będą
I'm at
pytania,
your
to zapraszamy.
disposal. Sure.
Zapraszamy tutaj do kontaktu z panem profesorem.
contact
Szanowni Państwo,
professor
o
with
międzynarodowej
your questions.
wymianie stypendialnej doktorantów i kadry
Right now,
akademickiej, czyli o
on our next
programie
point
PROM.
about the PROM program,
Uprzejmie proszę
International
o zabranie
Scholarship
głosu.
Exchange for
Kolejna
doctoral
osobia,
students and
pani
academic staff.
Katarzyna Aleksy,
And this is going to be
dyrektor
presented
Biura
by
Programów
Ms.
dla
Katarzyna Aleksy,
naukowców i
Director of the Office
instytucji
for
NAWA
Programs
i
for
panią
Institutions
Annę
in
Balcerzak-Raczyńską,
NAWA
głównego
Agency, and Ms.
specjalistę
Anna
NAWA. Uprzejmie proszę o zabranie głosu.
Balcerzak-Raczyńska, Chief Specialist in NAWA Agency.
Dzień dobry Państwu, my w duecie.
Hello, as you can see, this is a duo this time. I feel very inspired by what the professor said, because I felt, yes, there is this apparent contradiction, but it seems that there are a lot of small things you can do, and when you think about scale, we'll talk about figures later on, and then that can make for a big change. So this challenge, this inspiration for us, for the agency, how to plan subsequent mobility programs, but also how to be and think more green about international cooperation, also an inspiration for those that will implement these projects on their universities. This photo had to be there, but this also has a deeper, I'd say, meaning. Where do we take this name, PROM, which is ferry in English? So ferries swim on short distances, so also like our program. And the ferry has travels both ways, there and from. So we will support short-term mobility, and we would like to have sustainable exchange. So both for both PhDs and academic staff go abroad, and that we have also people from abroad at our universities, so that we can treat mobility as access to hydrogen, and because these trips bring knowledge, support contacts, support education activities. They may make students more curious, develop academic career, and then among people who work in different institutions, well, this is basically embedded in academic life. So that's why we believe deeply in that. That's why we want to support that. It's not only PROM that we're going to discuss. We're going to also mention other programs dedicated to individual scientists or institutions. During the panel, we'll also try to look broadly to the mobility, to the aspect of mobility. What are the trends and what are the challenges related? So the goal that we had at the basis of the creating of the program was to create systemic solutions at universities that would support an exchange of PhDs and academic staff. Later on, we will also like to open to students, so we would like to implement these systemic solutions. We all know that there are other mobility programs as well, but it seems that what we've suggested, what we've proposed, apart from the long-term aspect, which is short-term aspect that allows you to combine different obligations. Well, ferries travel all over the world, just like our program. We are not close to the European Union, but we can also have an exchange with all the countries in Europe, and that was reflected by our applicants as well. We had quite a big budget. COVID stopped our ship, but fortunately we've sailed on, and I think that shows that these funds were well invested, and we will be able to observe effects by increasing the number of publications in the higher ranking journals. In terms of activities, where we had quite a long list, as you can see, we thought that it exhausts all the possible ideas for traveling abroad, wanting to travel abroad, so reasons why you would like to invite a person to your university in Poland. But if we take only the first, if you didn't find your activity in the first 10 from activities from this list that are presented here, there are always last point available here, other forms of education that are aimed at increasing competences of the participants. The program is financed by the European Social Fund, so people are at its are given paramount importance here, and increasing people's competences as well. And of course, different competences like scientific, language skills, also included specialist language and vocabulary, organization of own work, establishing partnerships, that was also mentioned by the professor, but also retaining and fostering such partnership, good relations. So the catalog of activities was very broad.
And it seems that we were able to satisfy the majority of PhD students. I will look at my paper, the second edition of PROM, in which 50 universities took part. So I'm talking that in the second edition, 50 institutions took part, and 69% of PhD students are educated at such 50 institutions. So the solutions that we offered was a solution that had a chance to be systemic. We are happy about that, especially that for 68 participants of our program, this was for 68% it was the first travel abroad. 62% it was the first contact with mobility, and I'm really surprised that 48% of academic staff took part for the first time in such an exchange. I'm really happy about that people felt the hunger for properly developing such relations in the future. My name is Anna Balczak-Raczyńska, and I was for 5 years the NAVA supervisor of this program. On this slide, you can see many numbers, many different numbers, but I think that the numbers here are the most important. But please also look what's on the right. What I feel is actually the most important. We had a broad offer of available form of education that allowed us to adapt these short-term forms of education, but because these trips were so short, they were very flexible. They gave possibility to combine private and professional life, and it is reflected with the numbers that are on the slide. Over 5,000 participants. PROM was a very equal program in terms of gender. 55% of participants of the projects were women, 45% were men. It seemed that it gives the possibility which gives possibilities that are different to long-term exchange, because on long-term exchange, there is a prevalence of men. Let's go back to the right side of the slide. These numbers are really important. In 2018, we thought that 1,800 people would take in the program. Then we saw a big popularity at universities of this program, so we increased the number to 3,300 people, and we seemed that it's too much. Then it was over 5,000 people who took part in our program. What is important, 100 participants were added last year as part of the Solidarity with Ukraine part, financed by the national money. We wanted to continue it in academic year 2022-2023 in the prom as well. It allowed students from Ukraine who had to flee from war to continue free of charge education in Poland, to write PhD theses, to take part in many different courses, including language courses. I would like to acknowledge now 6 universities that included this component into the curricula. 2 of them are from Wrocław, so thank you for that. And I think that this component seemed very important and was a great success.
Chciałam powiedzieć jeszcze o tym, że to, co jest najważniejsze
What is important in these short-term exchanges, RIPs, is education. It's not only because the program is funded by Knowledge Education and Development Program, but education is the essence of the program. It's not about breaking records in terms of numbers, it's about education. And what actually participants wrote in their evaluation questionnaires was about their competences. And of course, they mentioned increased knowledge in a given discipline, knowing how to cooperate with international unities and developing language skills. So our short trips in prom filled the gap because long-term fellowships were very rich and we didn't have short trips for fellows. And the last, I think, slide that is quite interesting. Fellows from Poland shows Italy, Germany, the USA, Great Britain, and Spain. Especially European directions in pandemics were the most popular. In the pandemics, traveling far to India, to Japan, to Australia wasn't the case for obvious reasons, but the participants who came to Poland were from Ukraine, Spain, Germany, Czech Republic, and Italy. I gave you here only 5 top directions, but as you can see, in general, the mobility included 86 countries. Fellows from 86 countries visited Poland. So it was quite a broad field of institutions around the world. What accompanies our conference, summing up this prom program, is the publication available on NAVA website, which will be available to all participants of the conference. It's printed, so it's hard copy. You can take it leaving the conference. It's at the reception desk. We are really proud of our trips. Thank you, coordinators who are here with us and who took part in the conference online, who take part in this conference online, for beautiful but also difficult moments of organizing short-term trips. I'm really happy that fellows of our program decided to take part in the conference, and I hope that it was for you not only a wise and fruitful trip, but a great pleasure as well. Hopefully, I count on that. That was the case. There was one more slide. so I will just finish maybe.
Slajd był taki, że tu już dzisiaj padło trochę o powerze,
Today we
o
talked
Fersie,
about
idzie nowa
FAIRS,
edycja
Power,
i
new
chciałam tylko
edition.
zrobić taki teaser, bo Ania w
This
dalszej
is
części
just a
opowie
teaser
założenia
because
do
Ania
programu
will
PROM.
discuss
Będą zmienione, myślę, że
the
rozszerzone.
requirements from program. But I remembered our statistics of people registering into the conference. 111 people registered online. It's about mobility, and 156 people registered to take part in the conference online. So this is a good solution, and we are promoting, as you can see, green and sustainable development. About experiences now, another presentation about experiences in PROM exchange. So please welcome on stage Dr. Izabela Zawiska, Head of International Cooperation Department from Jagiellonia University in Krakow.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam bardzo serdecznie. Jest mi bardzo miło, że mogłam
Good morning, I'm very happy to be here. I came here by car, unfortunately, from Krakow, but I could get only to Katowice on my bike, taking into account my condition. So I'm really happy that I can share with you my experiences, because for 5 years I've been dealing with mobility as part of the PROM program. When the first enrollment was published, was announced, so we are here focusing on internationalization and short-term trips. And we, as a Jagiellonian University, wanted to apply for such a possibility, because up to the moment when PROM wasn't opened, we hadn't had such possibilities. We realized 2 programs. I call them PROM 1 and PROM 2, to put it simply. The first project took 12 months. Very standard project, 1st October, and it finished at the end of September. And PROM 2, due to many unpredicted events, war in Ukraine, COVID, so PROM 2 was conducted for 45 months, a long project, intensive time, a lot of changes, a lot of things were happening, but a lot of things were not happening, but we all know the time. PROM 1. We wanted to try in this project what can be offered, what are the benefits of the PROM. We applied with success. We received 750,000 Polish zlotys. We realized our budget in over 80%. We realized all the indicators, because we assumed that 68 participants will take part in the mobility, and that was the case. In PROM 2, the budget was much higher, because we've already had experience with the program. We knew how popular that was, so we applied for more money, we applied for more mobility, and the realization from our side was also higher. Over 90% of our budget was involved. At the same time, we had limited indicators by 8 people, as far as I remember. So we expected more than was actually included. PROM was aimed for PhD students, so it was mainly for doctoral students, but academic staff could also take part in this project. It is interesting that at the competition level, the universities who were to apply for this program should keep the proportion between doctoral students and academic staff, 80 to 20%, 80% doctoral students, 20% academic staff. I think this is a great solution for students, because you know that academics, they have their own project, they have great possibilities, they have contacts abroad, they are invited to conferences which are financed, and doctoral students, well, they are younger, junior employees who are just at the beginning of their career path, and they have limited possibilities of traveling. They have limited financing. Rector mentioned about cooperation and development, in which 30% is about good cooperation with the supervisor. And if the supervisor looks after the doctoral student, wanting the person to develop, because the supervisor can see a potential in the student and see that the student will find some spot abroad, the supervisor promotes for the doctoral student a path and opens the door not only at the given university but also at the university abroad to improve their qualification and to have this exchange of thoughts. So I think that this is essential for young doctors, for young students, and this proportion, 80 to 20%, was kept. In terms of gender equity, up to the moment when Ania mentioned about such measurement and why should we measure it, especially today when we talk about gender equality, about social changes and dividing men and dividing the society into men and women, or showing that so many people, so many men took part in the project, so many women took part in that, is something that is outdated. We shouldn't take now this into account. This is my private opinion, but I was asked even to share it, so I share it. In terms of trips that we offer as the prom, at the Jagiellonian University, the program was involved the entire university. There were no limitations in terms of discipline. It was open for all the employees, fulfilling, of course, the requirement of the target group and for all the doctoral students from 16 departments of our university, including Collegium Medicum, which is a part of university, but not in all aspects because it's quite, it's different. It has different features, but the prom was open also for medical college from 3 departments from Collegium Medicum.
And then one more, it was directed to all students, and we did not push the PhD candidates to a particular path, at a particular unit. They chose it themselves. We opened the possibilities, of course, in accordance to goals that were given to all of us, and of course that happened in cooperation with their with their promoter. The statistics is presented here. In our case, in Prom 2, the trips were to most of the countries around the world, not only in the European Union. We had trips to the US, to Cambodia, Japan as well, to name only the few. And then, of course, arrivals were also interesting. People from most countries of the world, most continents, and we were quite popular in terms of countries from outside of Europe as well. Aim of the project, this is taken from the NAVA agency website. This was discussed. There were these 11 items on the list in terms of potential activities that were to be implemented during that trip. And at our university, I chose 3 most important forms, at least in my opinion, most important. Mobility from 5 to 30 days, as the program encompassed. And I limited the amount of days to 15 because I wanted to increase the amount of participants. So I got rid of the longer stays to increase the number of participants. So I selected 3 forms of support: participation in conferences, in short forms of education, and in summer and winter schools. In Prom 1, the biggest interest was the latter. The second, short forms of education, either PhD candidates and academic staff going to other universities or them coming to our university. Short visits that we could that allowed you to focus on short topics that allowed you to prepare a thesis and presenting scientific methodology. So that was the most popular in Prom 1, and then in Prom 2 the offer was quite broad in terms of the short forms of education, but we showed greater interest in participation in conferences. So there were slight changes in terms of numbers in comparison to the planned project to fulfill the expectations of our participants and to enable trips for them. In terms of the project, I wanted it to be encompassing the whole university, available for every PhD candidate and every person from the member of the academic staff. However, we've had some experience in managing mobility-related programs, Norwegian funds, Erasmus program. I knew that there's going to be a huge demand for such projects. So right after the program started, after we got the decision of granting the subsidy, we prepared regulations of recruitment, participation and implementation. And based on that regulations, we've detailed the rules. What can you do within the program? What are the forms of mobility chosen by the university? So conferences, winter and summer schools, and short forms of education. What are the rates? What are the funds available? And what are the rules for qualifying participants for such trips? There was a great interest, really great interest in our university. I had 69 places available, and I had over 200 of applications. Of course, each candidate was to fulfill certain obligations, but also I wanted everyone to know how are they assessed. I wanted to be fully transparent since these funds were limited. In terms of arrivals, I assumed that the better form of selecting candidates for them coming to us, I wanted to give this possibility to the academic staff of our university. I did not interfere in who's coming, but I needed to look at whether these people fulfill the criteria of the target group, but the substantive aspects were given completely to the academic staff, and I directed PhD candidates to them. Yes, this is the person who deals with similar discipline. Contact them, establish a program, and after you do that, come to me, and I will finance that if that would be possible. So that was a kind of a rolling call without any deadlines. The application contests had a deadline, 4 weeks, and in terms of arrivals, that was a rolling call. The applications could come to us until the funds were depleted completely. In terms of implementation, here you have some examples of these faculties that contributed the greatest to the program, because the faculty, and it was surprising for me, because the Faculty of Physics, Astronomy and Applied Computer Science is not the most mobile department of our university. So I'm really happy that the biggest numbers were implemented by people from this department. And then arrivals, also most people came to this department. And the Faculty of Philology or Language Studies are not here. There were arrivals and trips realized there, but these are very mobile in general. So there is a lot of trips happening, but not exactly in here. And whenever I speak with a person from the Faculty of Mathematics or Physics or Astronomy, of course they go to conferences, but they prefer to meet virtually. They prefer to meet remotely, regardless of pandemics or not. They just sit in their labs, and this is how they conduct their internationalization from home, from their offices. So I was very surprised to see that I motivated people from these departments, the sciences, let's say, for such mobility. In Prom 2, we had two biggest challenges that everyone faced: COVID-19 pandemic and the outbreak of war in Ukraine. That made for lengthening of the project. On one hand, it was good because we had more time to fulfill everything we planned. We could send everyone we wanted to abroad. On the other hand, in these 45 months, a number of things changed. PhD candidates that were still candidates at the level of application, they graduated, they become PhDs, or they stopped working at the university and moved somewhere else. Members of the academic staff changed their positions, changed their units and faculties as well. So it all contributed to a certain difficulty in sending these people abroad when the possibility was introduced again. But we dealt with that quite well, I think, because we had so many applications, even with those who dropped, let's say, from the project, were replaced by people from the waiting list. And one more thing, important thing, there was a requirement of people below 40 years of age. At the level of qualification, there were some people who were 39, so during 40 months, well, they got older than 40. But here, I'd like to thank the NAVA agency for allowing these candidates, older candidates, we could send them abroad, so the age at sending the application, not at getting the final decision counted. Remedies that were introduced in terms of our project related to the pandemics and war in Ukraine, these two force majeure that turned the project upside down. So we used waiting lists, as I said. There were many people who wanted to go on such a trip and then arrive to our university. Once the waiting list, we ran out of people on the waiting list, we started a new call for applications. We have 3 or 4, I think, in Prom 2. And all these people who were eligible for the trip and did not implement their trip, they had the possibility of changing a place. They selected a conference, a specific conference in their application that did not happen for obvious reasons. So we didn't take the funds back. We asked them to choose another conference again in a completely different place and fulfill the program, the trip there. In terms of Ukraine and war, was of course not mentioning the obvious aspects. Possibilities for going to Ukraine stopped being possible. We also refused a certain application for arrival from Russia, but there was a certain rule here that we've observed, certain tendency that we've observed, that the participants of different forms of mobility coming from for studies from other different countries resigned from coming here because they decided that Poland is too close from the war activities, or sometimes mistaking Poland with Ukraine, saying that there's war in Poland, happening in Poland. So that was a sad aspect coming from misunderstandings, of course, or lack of knowledge. But we didn't convince anyone, of course, to come here, whatever the cost. So, but the rolling call was ongoing, so there was a waiting list as well for the arrivals.
Jeśli chodzi o współpracę z NAWA, to myślę, że
cooperation
to jest warte
with NAVA
podkreślenia, że
agency,
bardzo,
I
bardzo
think
duży plus.
there were so many
Mieliśmy bardzo
advantages.
dobry kontakt z naszym opiekunem.
We had very
Naprawdę
clear
każde pytania, a mieliśmy
and
przeróżne
good
pytania, i
contact
to nie tylko wypływające z
with our
naszych,
supervisor,
jakby tutaj
and there was a
wewnętrznych
lot of
upodobań,
questions
ale
we
również
had,
uczestników, którzy
not only
pomysłów
from
mają
us
całą
but also
masę.
from our
Więc na każde
participants.
pytanie
So
mieliśmy zawsze bardzo
every
precyzyjną
question was
odpowiedź.
answered precisely and clearly.
W szybkim terminie reguły były
Very
jasne,
quickly.
stawki dofinansowania były
The
czytelne,
rates were
wszystko było
clear,
poukładane dokładnie
the
tak, jak
funding
miało być. Ten
was
nasz
clear,
regulamin wewnętrzny
our
trochę to
internal
jeszcze doprecyzował dla
regulations
tych naszych osób
precised it
wyjeżdżających.
a bit better,
Możliwości, ta elastyczność, o której
but
mówił
still,
pan dyrektor podczas
the
swojego
possibility
wystąpienia,
of
ta elastyczność, tak,
making
możliwość wprowadzania
changes
zmian.
during the
Zmienialiśmy,
project was also a very,
liczbę
very good
uczestników,
advantage.
czy
We
będzie to przyjazd,
changed
czy będzie
the
to wyjazd,
number
także
of
dostosowywanie
participants.
tego wszystkiego
The
było naprawdę,
flexibility on
naprawdę
behalf
bardzo,
of
bardzo duże
of the
pomoc, bardzo duże
agency
wsparcie
was
dla
very,
nas
very helpful
przy
for us
realizacji
in
projektu.
implementing the project.
Natomiast minus, które ja
Any
widzę
disadvantages?
jako kierownik projektu,
As a
trzy
project
takie
manager, I
podstawowe
would say
minusy.
there were
No
three.
te kontrole z zabiórka.
Well,
Muszę
these
przyznać, że
behind
to
the
przy
desk
każdym projekcie, przy każdym
inspections
raporcie,
on
a
every
raportów częściowych
report,
przez to, że projekt jest,
and there were a lot of
był
reports
45-miesięczny,
since the project,
było
it was
więcej
supposed to
niż
be a year,
planowaliśmy.
but it
Każdy
turned out to be
raport
40 months,
wiązał się z tym, że była
and
ta
each
kontrola
report
z zabiórka.
was
Teraz
related
jesteśmy
with
na
an
etapie,
inspection.
karty oceny
So
raportu
we are right
końcowego,
now
to
at the
również
assessment
mam
sheet level,
przyjemność
and I
wysyłać do
have the
Państwa
pleasure
do
of
najbliższego piątku przeróżne
sending you
dokumenty.
numerous documents.
Natomiast z
By
kolei
you, I mean the NAVA agency.
składanie, terminowość tych wszystkich raportów, tych wszystkich wyjaśnień, które były
Having
do Państwa
to
przekazywane, z
file
kolei
all
nie
these
wiązało
reports
się
is
z
not was not
jednoczesnym
related with the
przekazywaniem transzy w terminie. Więc
timely
tutaj jakby
sending of
te
the
dwie
funding
rzeczy jakby mi się
tranches,
nie łączą. Także trochę
unfortunately.
opóźnienia. My się
So there were
kredytujemy,
some
tak?
delays,
Ja jeżeli nie mam, kończą mi się
but
środki,
you know, we
przygotowuję
just
pismo do pana kwestora i na
got
szczęście mam
loans,
taką,
and I
mamy
have
taką możliwość, żeby
fortunately
te
have the
projekty,
possibility
które
of
albo transze wpływają z
taking a
opóźnienia,
credit
albo w ogóle
for the
jest zupełnie
projects
inny harmonogram,
that have
przekazania
delayed
środków,
tranches,
możemy
delayed
kredytować takie,
parts of
takie
funding. So
projekty i tutaj
that
właśnie
was
miało
a very good news,
kryterium wieku.
internal,
Wiem, że
that
to
we were
zostało
able to deal
wprowadzone z
with it
różnych powodów.
internally. And then
Natomiast
the third
musimy
the
sobie
third
być
disadvantage
świadomi, że
was the
doktoranci
age
mogą być w różnym
criterion.
wieku.
But I think
Trzeba zaczynać
it was
doktoratu
introduced
zaraz
for a reason, but I
zaraz po
think
studiach
we all know
magisterskich,
that
zaraz
doctoral
po
candidates can be
otrzymaniu tego pierwszego
of different
stopnia. Można
age.
zacząć go
We
później,
can
można
start it
zacząć go po
later. We
40.
can start it past
Więc,
the age of 40 as well.
Może też można nad
So
tym pomyśleć na
maybe
przyszłość,
something to be considered
czy takie kryterium jest,
is that really the best criterion to be taken into account.
bo też
To summarize,
czas mi się kończy. Ja o promie
I'm
mogłabym
running out
naprawdę
of
bardzo
time,
dużo
but I
opowiedzieć. Mam
can
bardzo wiele
tell
doświadczeń.
you
Naprawdę
a
muszę
lot
przyznać, że
about prom. I
projekt,
have a lot of experiences to
projekt
share.
był, projekt był trafił w
But
potrzeby.
the project
trafił w potrzeby,
actually
dokładnie to wsparcie
met
krótkoterminowej
all the
mobilności,
needs that
możliwość wyjazdu
it had
właściwie wszędzie.
to. It
Dla tych
allowed
młodych
to
osób, które
travel
takich
for
możliwości
young
jak starsi, doświadczeni
scientists,
profesorowie
and it
nie
allowed
mają. I muszę
students
przyznać, że
to
on, w sensie
be
projekt
more
PROM,
mobile
wpisał się już w taką
as
ofertę mobilności,
academic
która jest w
staff.
Uniwersytecie Jagiellońskim.
So
I to,
now
że on
this
się
is
teraz
a
kończy i to, że
part
ja
of
wiem, że
our
będzie za chwilę
program,
coś
and I
następnego,
know
już
that
się
something
przygotowuję,
new will
jestem w
be
blokach
now,
startowych, żeby napisać
and
faktycznie nowy
I'm
projekt.
ready
Po prostu jest
to
to projekt
prepare new
rozpoznawalny
projects because
i,
this is a
jak się
recognizable project.
skończyły możliwości,
And
teraz
when
skończyliśmy projekt, ja
we
cały czas mam
finished
pytania, a
it,
pani Izo, a kiedy będzie
I am
kolejny blok?
all the time
Więc już
asked
teraz od
by students
jakiegoś
and
czasu
academic
wiem, że
staff,
będzie. Mówię, że na pewno wkrótce
when
się taka
will
możliwość,
the new
pojawi.
project be
Także
initiated?
tyle
When
z mojej
can we
strony.
enroll?
Bardzo serdecznie
This is
dziękuję.
it.
Dziękuję
Thank you
za zaproszenie,
for the
za to, że mogłam się z
invitation,
Państwem podzielić
for
swoimi
the ability
doświadczeniami. Jeśli
to
ktoś ma
share my
pytania, to
experiences.
teraz
If you
bądź
have
też później.
any questions, do it now or during the break. Thank you.
Dziękujemy. Oczywiście będzie taka okazja,
course,
chociażby podczas przerwy kawowej
we will have a coffee
lub
break.
w ramach lunchu. Drodzy
Or
Państwo,
we
z
will
Krakowa
have another
przenosimy
one
się do
during the
innego miasta,
lunch. So let's
dokładnie
move
do
on to
Gdańska.
Gdańsk
Uprzejmie proszę
from
o zabranie
Krakow.
głosu
Please
kierownika
welcome on
projektu
stage PROM
doktora
project
habilitowanego
manager,
inżyniera pana Arkadiusza Żaka,
Dr.
profesora
Arkadiusz Żak,
Politechniki
engineer,
Gdańskiej.
PhD engineer from Gdańsk University of Technology.
Dzień dobry, szanowni państwo, bardzo się
Good
cieszę,
morning.
że mogłem się tutaj w
I would like
Wrocławiu
to
pojawić.
welcome everyone. I'm happy to be in Wrocław.
Przygoda o 3 rano, trzeba było wystartować.
I had
Mieszkam
to
poza tym miastem,
start my
na
trip at
Kaszubach.
3 a.m. I live
To
in
ma swoje
Kaszubia,
uroki, ale ma
which
też
is a
swoje
very beautiful
cienie.
place, but it's far away from everything, so That's why the early call in the morning. But today's meeting, I would like to tell you how we conducted. I'm telling that we conducted because I wasn't the only one. There was a team of 8 people conducting prom project at our university, prom 1 and prom 2.
Nawiasem mówiąc, mam tu jakiś problem techniczny. Ops. Jest, dobra. Moje nazwisko.
My name is Arkadiusz Żak,
Wydział Elektrotechniki,
Department of Biomechatronics, Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Automation. It's not a big faculty. Department is even smaller. It doesn't matter. The University of Technology in Gdańsk
Politechnika Gdańska jest
is quite
dużą uczelnią.
Big one, quite a big university. Therefore, there was a need to direct the offer to students, mainly to our PhD candidates. As you can see from our presentations, we have over 500 PhD students, quite a lot, involves PhD students that are listeners to the PhD school and the ones who are still in the past and who have not finished their education. The programs that can support mobility of PhD students at Gdańsk University of Technology, we always have some of them, but they are always too little. The offer that we could present to them as a first and second edition of prom program was something that we needed. Our University of Technology needed it really, really much. And here you can see statistics, you can see what was happening, how it looked like. Students quickly decided to take part in the program. There was a big interest. We had a different approach to enrollment than our colleagues from Krakow. We put the information at our websites, and the recruitment was cyclical, monthly. In monthly intervals, we received quite a lot of applications, and with my colleagues from different disciplines, we were assessing these submissions, these motions, in terms of their effectiveness of using the money for the project. But there were some disproportions that we noted. Due to the historic reasons, the most effective department was the chemical one, which is not the biggest department at our university, but for many years, the number of PhD students at chemical department is the highest among all of the students. This is the result. Therefore, the chemical department sent us the biggest number of applications. The most popular trips were up to 30 days. They were so popular that they disappeared very quickly, but students also wanted to go on different conference trips. I had a support as a head of the project from my colleagues, and we assessed everything in detail. We didn't allow students to just wander around conferences, but we assessed their applications, and we wanted to choose the best conferences to help them write the best publications and maintain the best cooperation abroad. I don't know, it was a miracle, but the number of men and women was practically identical. 35 women and 34 men. The second round of prom Well, we didn't have any option. Then my magnificence called me with the offer that couldn't be rejected. I had to organize the second prom, but we wanted to be more broad here and include more people in this mobility exchange. Again, chemical department was the most, sent us the most applications. In terms of directions, Mediterranean Sea was always the most popular because, you know, there's good food, there's a good place to relax, and are good universities to get some knowledge as well. And the most popular type of fellowship was a trip was a fellowship up to 30 days. In terms of maintaining this project, we did the same things as we did with the first round. Up to some point, the pandemic broke out, and everything broke down. Rector decided quickly to close the gates. No one will move here to our university and from our university. Students were stuck. Even some payments were already done and then suspended. Nothing happened. Our students in Gdańsk were not willing to take part in hybrid events. If they decided to go abroad, they wanted to go abroad. They were packing their baggages. They wanted to see the Mediterranean Sea by themselves. So COVID complicated all that. But thanks to the cooperation with Ania, who guided us, who navigated our work, we were able to improve the situation a bit. We had to sometimes adjust the mobility offer to the conditions we had, because at the end of the pandemics, we were able to send people somewhere. But, you know, organizing the summer school was, for example, impossible to do, and we needed to rearrange all these things, and we adjusted the projects to the needs of the students. How we also enrolled students, it differed. How we accepted application was different. We had a need, of course, to realize the project, but the project was less popular. We accepted the applications from PhD students and from academic staff, and we did it all the time. Of course, and we assessed them thoroughly. Untypical situations, we didn't have them. The University of Technology in Gdańsk didn't take the chance to have a support as part of the money granted in the PROM program for Ukrainian students, not because we were not in solidarity with Ukraine, but 2 or 3 programs were being already realized. Adding one more wasn't the case. We decided not to double the programs because the students otherwise wouldn't use the money that we would allocate. The program was popular. I'm talking about the past because my colleagues that helped me realize the project were in good situations. We closed the report, and we are now awaiting the next projects to come. But what are my thoughts as a head of the project? Internship and fellowships are the most important here. Of course, there is no justification to offer unlimited money for fellowships. But, you know, I had conversations with students asking me, maybe we can do it, maybe we can go somewhere, and they justified their fellowship. So it's not about unlimited money. I know that there is a need to offer students trips abroad that will allow them develop their PhD thesis significantly. Especially students from the chemical department, they chose the top universities. The jury that assessed the applications also took into account the importance of the university and the prominent achievements of the universities chosen. This programs was very popular because nothing else happened in terms of events of conferences. They were suspended or they were hybrid in nature or online, so students were willing to take part in such events. And our PhD students chose short, for example, trips, 5-day trips, to maintain cooperation with their peers and invite them to the University of Gdańsk. We had a lot of such guests visiting us in Gdańsk. The results of mobilities are still to come, because, we accept applications, we assess them, and then we correct what should be corrected. It takes time. So the program has been recently closed, and we don't have any confirmation of the results. So I'm not going to give you the details. What is obvious? The program is important, it's significant. We are waiting for more, and this is what I want to finish with. I'm not going to prolong. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I am willing to answer them now or during the break. Thank you again.
Gorąco dziękujemy panu profesorowi. Szanowni państwo,
Thank you very much, Professor. I know that you can go on and on and on about the program, but since the time is limited, I will kindly ask the next participants to be as brief as possible. So, the next speaker is Aleksandra Bauch from the Research Service Center at the Wrocław University of Economics and Finance in Wrocław.
Dzień dobry wszystkim. Również bardzo się cieszę, że jako
Good morning, and I'm very happy that as I can represent my university here. I have some sore throat. Hopefully that's not going to make my presentation my life more difficult. I will be trying to keep the time regime. So, briefly, let me tell you about 2 editions of the projects that we have had. The first one took a year, and the second one that was prolonged, luckily, and lasted up until March this year. In terms of both editions, we have had surveys, what kind of, among the applicants, what kind of trips would they like to have. In the first edition, we've been learning of the projects, so the variety and the length of the trips were bigger, scientific consultations, summer schools, conducting studies, and foreign conferences were the most popular, and we have drawn some conclusions after the first edition and implemented them into the second one, and we decided to have only this 30 days internship programs to favor these 30 days internship programs, and everyone liked them. Everyone commented that these were the best, that They allowed the participants to learn the way of operating on different universities, strengthening contacts, international contacts. So that was in general most valuable for the participants. And as it was said, these short-term trips are very rarely financed from additional sources, so that's why we decided to bet on those. And we got the responses that 5 days consultation is just not enough to get into the topic and to build better relations. Because of our PhD candidates, who are mostly working outside of the university, we also left the possibility of having these 15 or 10 days trips for obtaining data and conducting studies. This is the map of how the cooperation looked like geographically, the range. So we had trips to 46 countries, all continents. Top 5, somebody mentioned Italy, yes, that was also most popular in our case. But then South Africa, people from South Africa came to us, our scientists went to the USA as well, and other countries, such as Japan and others. In terms of problems or challenges, to go deeper into our work, so first of all, there were some financial challenges. International money transfers were a problem. The people coming from abroad had problems sometimes with obtaining the fund. After discussing the issue with NAVA agency, it was decided that it will be paid after the applicant reaches their final destination, which worked very well. Of course, there were still people who called us from abroad, telling us that they are not able to pay back. People from abroad who wanted to come to Poland. Whether is it possible for them to transfer the money before? And there was one attempt like that, and the money was sent, and unfortunately the applicant did not follow up with their trip. Fortunately, we managed to get the funds back. So I think, but that was the lesson that we learned after the first case. We paid all the funds after the applicant reached their destination, and then a problem with our participants from Poland was that sometimes that the banking staff did not speak English, so they were not able to pay out the money in the bank. So we taught them how to explain the banking staff, how to do it in other languages. In terms of formal issues, well, there were problems with visas from our abroad participants, international participants. Very often they called us that they have a problem, they didn't manage to get their visa in time, so will that cause any delays? Fortunately, we were always eager to help. So we very often contacted the consulates, and usually there was an additional deadline, additional term in terms of issuing the visa faster. So we were able mostly to realize the internships within the deadline. Other challenges? Well, due to the specificity of our office, we usually don't deal with accommodation, for example, but we very often helped them. We contacted students' houses, sent them links to websites, to booking.com, of course, where to find the hotels. And yes, they could also count. They could always count for our support. And COVID-19, that was the biggest challenge, and I think for every university with PROM. There were cancelled conferences and internships. there was postponement from one month to another and then cancelled finally. Prohibition of departures and arrivals influenced that as well. Some of the participants resigned not only because of the rules or impediments related to COVID, but often they resigned because, and this was said by one of the previous speakers, some of them just lost the PhD candidate status, so they couldn't go, basically.
No, tak to wyglądało. Jeśli chodzi o COVID, to pilnowaliśmy
in terms of COVID issues, we also made sure that the international guests are fully vaccinated, that were required on the borders. It saved us a lot of problems when crossing the borders. It was just also safer for the participants. Of course, we needed to have a lot of annexes and amendments to the contracts because of the changing of place or changing of the date, but it worked very well, I think. We managed to implement all that.
Dużych chęci na właśnie te zdalne wyjazdy, jakieś online
we didn't want to, fund a lot of remote conferences, remote trips. So all the 152 trips were done directly offline. Conclusions? Our doctoral school is relatively small, and many PhD candidates lost their status of a PhD candidate, and many of them also said that they would go on another trip within PROM program, which was not possible. And because our doctoral school is small, as I said, our conclusion or request is that, well, maybe we can allow the same applicants to go again to a trip for the smaller doctoral schools, and maybe for those PhD candidates that lost their status and did not have the possibility of going abroad, maybe incling the young scientists to the offer. So that would allow the people who already got their PhD within the time of 7 years to use the funding from PROM program. Of course, continuation of the program would be great. I loved working at the program. This was given to me, and it was great fun to work on that. So we're waiting for information about another edition of the program. And some witness statements that we got from the participants. In general, our applicants said a lot of good things about their trips. We admire them in terms of looking for more distant places where they were accepted for the internship. They also said that their counterparts abroad hosted them very well, showed them around, and helped them understand different realities in different countries. They were astonished sometimes how different working abroad looks like than in Poland. And they were surprised by the differences.
Bardzo polecam przeczytać przynajmniej.
And yes, I strongly encourage you to read at least one of those. One of those statements. One of our applicants went to Congo, for example. They said that well, they had some problems when crossing the border, but they were super positive about the whole trip. There were no negative opinions about the trips. And people who came to us as well, that Wrocław is a beautiful place, how great it is to work in here. And I listened, it's very safe, that you can just go out in the evening and nothing will happen. So, well, I think there's a lot of positive people with positive opinions abroad, and I think it's worth continuing. And that will be it for me. Thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, please approach me during the coffee break. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo gorąco
Thank you.
Pani Aleksandrze. Szanowni Państwo, nasz prom popłynie teraz do Zakładu Farmakologii
Program
i
moves on
Toksykologii
now to the
Nauk
Department of
Przedklinicznych
Pharmacology and
Instytutu
Toxicology in the
Medycyny
Department of
Weterynaryjnej
Preclinical Sciences at the Institute of Veterinary Medicine at the Warsaw School of Life Sciences. And our next panelist is Ms. Ursula Latek. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me the possibility of sharing my own experience as a PhD student candidate in going abroad within the PROM program. Very briefly, let me tell you about what I do to tell you why did I choose this particular place for my internship. I'm a veterinarian, and as it was said, I'm still in the past times because I'm still realizing or implementing my PhD within PhD studies at the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology at the Department of Preclinical Sciences at the Warsaw University of Life Sciences. And my topic is evaluation of the effect of selected substances of plant origin on the tightness of the mucosal barrier of the jejunum of chicken broilers, under the supervision of Dr. Marta Mendel. We don't have time, so I'm not going to tell you anything more about that. But let me just tell you that in our department we have three main topics, very important for us, mostly pharmacotherapy. And here we are focusing on gastrointestinal disorders of different kinds of animals, mostly production animals. And in pharmacotherapy, one particular aspect of pharmacotherapy would be phytotherapy, so use of the substances in treating animals. And we want to use methods of ex vivo or in vitro that would allow us to limit the use of animals for experience, because toxicology is very often blamed for using or experimenting on animals, but toxicologists contributed to limiting animal use in experiments. We always emphasize that. In my studies, I used two basic experimental models. One, mucosal explants of the gastrointestinal parts of the broilers. Very old method that allows for direct methods of the permeability of mucosal barrier. But it's quite a rough, let's say, method. So I also broadened that model for a second element, a short-term explants on tiles in labs that allows for non-direct assessment of this mucosal barrier tightness using molecular biology, for example. So in these models, I'm assessing, evaluating suitability of selected plant-derived substances under control conditions that may be dangerous for animals, for example, a mycotoxin or bacterial toxin that, as we know, are commonly polluting the animal feed. My trip from PROM program was supposed to happen at the beginning of my PhD studies.
Before I tell you why I chose this place, I want to mention the specificity of my discipline, so veterinary. We don't have so many lab classes and so much experience in scientific activities in labs as other departments. So when we start our PhD, we have to find ourselves in new reality and quickly learn how to navigate ourselves in the lab and to finish our thesis on time. So when I was looking for my internship, when I was looking for a place for my internship, I was looking for an institution to get as many practical technicalities as I can and to see how people work in other places, not only because I was first studying veterinary, then I was a PhD student, and I knew only my university. So I chose INE, so the French National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment. Originally, I was to go there in July 2020, but the COVID-19 broke out, so my visit was postponed to the next year, and I came to France in August, September 2021. So here I chose Toulouse, Department of Food Toxicology. French National Research Institute is a very big institution that has many different centers in French cities. What I chose this institute was very popular institution in veterinary and food and environment. Moreover, this institute is very active in publications. And pragmatic thing, they have great website in English that is very clear, and where you can find such infographics and see in how many projects they take part in, which prove that they are open for international cooperation, because they take part in hundreds of projects around the world. They publish with many peers around the world. So as a PhD candidate, I thought maybe they will accept me. In Toulouse, why Toulouse? Because there we have a center in food toxicology, so it's close to me. I was, of course, interested in the animal health care as well, and the small working group was also associated with mycotoxin studies. Still, being popular is not the only thing to choose from. Why I chose Toulouse and why I chose this gentleman. This is actually, he inspired me to go there, because when I conducted my study in Poland and then I wrote about the explant models on the plates, I realized that I was reading publications authored by Dr. Philippe Pinton. And the model that I wanted to apply in my experiments was actually developed in Toulouse, in this French institute, in cooperation with the local department of veterinary medicine. My supervisor contacted Dr. Philippe Pinton, asking him technical questions about the model, because in the publication you really don't mention all the details. So my supervisor asked him for the technicalities, and he said that he's open for cooperation, and he invited us there. He said we could come there to Toulouse, and doctor is responsible for what I wanted to master. So he's responsible for the methodology of conducting experiments, tissue models that I wanted to develop, for example. So Toulouse seemed to be the perfect place to go. Besides the element that uses the model ex vivo, here there's also the assessment of mycotoxins on the tissue, and I also wanted to use mycotoxins as a model factor leading to the deterioration of chicken deterioration, of the chicken intestinal mucosa deterioration. So I could also use it in my research. I could adapt it into my research. What I acquired at this university, technical skills, how to do lab work. I wanted to see how people work in other institutions, and in Indra they developed everything from A to Z. They all have great reports, protocols. You can go one by one under the supervision of qualified experts that have been developing and supervising these models for many years. And despite the technologies and technical aspects, I could also also develop my knowledge about selecting appropriate cell cultures, how to interpret properly the results, and use the biology tools that helped me to master my own model developed in Poland, to apply this model to plan further stages of my research, to apply for grants. What else I learned from this internship is also very essential. This is effective. Well, it's about non-scientific results that you've already mentioned, because for me it was just the first experience abroad. I, of course, was traveling for the different conferences, but I've never had, I had never had been for a longer period of time abroad. So I left my comfort zone. I overcame my fears. I came to France, and it wasn't as scary as I imagined. There are nice people abroad, and you can have fruitful discussion with them. You can be inspired by them. And they also inspire you in your private life, because you can say, wow, this is great how they live their lives. I want to have the same life. Of course, there were a lot of meetings in foreign language, which was quite difficult, but also by doing that I learned some confidence. In France, they were all nice and they reacted well to my English. Actually, they were even more stressed to speak with me English. But I think that it was of mutual benefit that we spoke English. I was able to observe the organization of their work, how they dealt with pandemics, what kind of solutions they propose. I changed my environment and I had to be more independent, and in a way I cut off from many things that were influencing my focus. For example, children, husband, second job. A lot of things here in Poland make it difficult for you to focus. When you go on such a trip, you can 100% on your work, because you are there only for a short period of time and you need to use it 100%. So the trip is non-invasive training of soft skills. In my case, it translated into increase in my confidence, and I was more bold because of that, because I was very eager to learn new things, but I was also quite afraid to do some certain things. By doing this trip, I was more confident, and next year I applied for a longer trip, 6-month trip to the Republic of Southern Africa. I went there and I managed also there. So I think for students this is a great experience to leave your comfort zone, to go somewhere, make it happen, and to get even more things in the future. So I recommend the program. If I have my own students, I will encourage them to take part in prom next edition. Of course, there will be. What is also essential, and I don't know if this is also possible as part of the trip, is that I saw that many PhD students or many PhD candidates have problem to go abroad. They have financial problem to go abroad. Sometimes students are asked to have also money for their own experience. I don't know, maybe there can be a sub-fund for scientific work in a given place. This is a question to you, organizers, that sometimes there is a problem that, yes, we will accept you here, but you need to buy special technical, for example, devices here. You need to do it on your own. And for us, for students, it's too expensive. We cannot afford that. So maybe you could help with that as well. But otherwise, my experiences were amazing. And when I was preparing the presentation, I had a really nice time because I remembered all these wonderful moments. Thank you for your presence and thank you for inviting me. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we have a coffee break, one more presentation. Please welcome on stage Marta Bakun, student ombudsman of the University of Wrocław, doctoral student in the College of Political Science and Administration at the University of Wrocław, member of the doctoral ombudsman team. So, national representatives of doctors. Thank you for the presentation, quite a long one. I hopefully be quicker and I will sum everything on time. When I was listening to the previous presentations, I think that I am statistical representative of such trips. I am a woman below 40 years of age. So I'm a perfect candidate. But, okay, to put the jokes aside, I examine migrants based on Poland and Germany and Ukrainian refugees that came to Poland, sorry. But the time that I limit was the war. So that the trip was necessary for me and logical at the same time, because when I examine such a topic, Gastarbeiters, I needed materials to do so. I needed to leave the program earlier. I had to take part in the BEAM program next to Humboldt University. It wasn't possible. I received that money, and then I went for the I look how these procedures are realized in life, because when you look at this situation today, you see that the migration theory in details, migration policy in theory is something else than what's happening in reality. It will be even more visible this year and next year, looking at Karabakh or Kyrgyzstan. So it's happening, it's taking place. Okay, but let's talk about my fellowship and why are such programs necessary. When I was in Berlin, PROM helped me because I couldn't organize similar trip from other financing sources. I was taking part in Erasmus. I realized different mobilities, but the library research was something that PROM could offer me and finance me. I'm looking at Agata from the university. I want to underline that employees are rarely mentioned, but without them, such trips couldn't take place. So thank you, all the employees, for your engagement. Social studies. Okay, but the summary of the experiences of PhD students is the issue of students who come to the specific place. How can you adapt to the new environment? These are important things. For example, library in Germany, on the first day I remember, when I was moved from one place to the other, the guard came to me and told me, these are only places for university students, you cannot be here, and I need to move to the other floor. And this is what you experience. This wasn't my first trip. The dean mentioned that I spent 1 year in Germany. I had other experiences, but altogether, probably it would be... The dean mentioned about 5 years abroad. I was also several years abroad. But what I learned, you need to take the log with you, not to put it like here in the picture on the bridge, but Germans require own logs at libraries. Before, at Freie, I opened it with my ID card, and here we came back to the different world of the logs. I put this picture here not to tell you about the story, but the PROM program opened many different logs. It opened my log for science. It opened the logs of many other students. I was informed about the students from my friend who was doing it in the USA. I opened another log for my colleague, for my male friend who was in Germany as well, and who does research about the odor under the supervision of Professor Niedzielski, and 2 articles were created due to this trip, so he is a great example of the program. For me, it was a time during which I could get to the source that are not always available from the level of our libraries in Poland. Sometimes they are not only present at Amazon or other platform online. What it showed me, that on paper everything looks great, but gastarbeiters had really difficult life. They were compared to sardines, third-class sardines, like you can see here, and other examples you can also see on these slides. So this is the reason why we should have such programs to move abroad, that this is not only on paper, that we should support as a National Council of Doctoral Students and our president, we all support the idea of PROM, the idea of mobility, because only then our research benefits, the university benefits. Who can benefit from this trip? Everyone, not only dealing the comparatistic study, but it's about maintaining cooperation, keeping cooperation, and the possibility of breaking own barriers, social or language ones. It's about the possibility of learning self-discipline, because you're alone with your time, with your research, you need to use it wisely. It's a chance for everyone. It's obvious that it's a chance. And I'm really happy that I could use it. I think that we all agree that we need such trips, and I'm really happy that they will be continued. Thank you. If there are questions, please approach me. And I'm happy, and I hope that in the future I will go on similar fellowship trips, and I will recommend them to other students as well. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There will be a chance to exchange the experiences during the coffee break. So the coffee break is starting now. It will last 16 minutes. So 12:35 we are again here in this room.
naprawdę światowych liderów w danej dyscyplinie.
Efektem mojego udziału w konferencji dzięki finansowaniu PROM było poszerzenie naszej sieci badawczej, osób, instytucji, z którymi współpracujemy.
Więc moim zdaniem każdy naukowiec powinien spróbować wziąć udział w programie PROM.
W spotkaniu uczestniczyły osoby, które brały wcześniej udział w różnych działaniach promu w ramach NAWY. Są to osoby bardzo otwarte, bardzo chętne do współpracy, osoby, które decydowały się na wyjazdy międzynarodowe, co równocześnie znaczy, że są bardzo chętne do nawiązywania nowych kontaktów. Oni nie boją się wyzwań, oni chcą coś nowego tworzyć. Bardzo dobrze się pracuje z taką grupą. W jednej z grup warsztatowych powiedzieli tutaj nawet, że żeby wyjechać na taki projekt trzeba być odważnym, a więc oni zdecydowanie są odważni.
Program PROM jest najprostszym sposobem otrzymania dofinansowania na wzięcie udziału w różnych aktywnościach naukowych. Jest stosunkowo niewiele sprawozdawczości, dosyć łatwo jest uzyskać finansowanie, nie trzeba składać bardzo dużej ilości papierów. Wniosek zamyka się właściwie w jednej stronie i jeżeli tylko człowiek wykazuje się inicjatywą i chęcią, z dużą dozą prawdopodobieństwa jest w stanie otrzymać takie finansowanie, co jest w stanie ułatwić mu start i wykonać te pierwsze kroki w karierze naukowej.
Osoba, która bierze udział w programie PROM, jest na pewno ambitna, bo chce wyjechać, czyli chce nauczyć się czegoś nowego. Musi być też troszeczkę pewna siebie, bo taki wyjazd zagraniczny wiąże się z barierami, które może nam się wydawać, że musimy przezwyciężyć. Komunikowanie się cały czas w obcym języku, czy też w przypadku właśnie wyjazdów konferencyjnych konieczność wystąpienia przed gronem specjalistów, bardzo często przed osobami, z których publikacji naukowych korzystamy, sami pisząc swoje publikacje. Myślę, że powinna też posiadać jakieś dobre zdolności organizacyjne, ponieważ tak naprawdę
Halo, halo, ja słyszę, tylko nie wiem. Tak, tak, ja właśnie muszę też, tak powiem, usiądę, o tak. No. Jasne. Dobra, okej, okej. Ja nie ruszam komputera już w takim razie. No. Dobra, czekam na wezwanie. Salę widzę, tak, mam podgląd jak najbardziej. Dobra, dzięki. W jakim sensie, czy widzę kamerę? Aha, bo tam widzę waszą salę, na ekranie widzę ten film ze spotkania, na którym też zresztą byłem, już nie pamiętam kiedy, dawno temu. I tyle. No ludzie piją kawę, widzę, że zaraz za 6 minut ich przygonią z powrotem. No, dobra. To jakby co, to telefon też zresztą mam, więc tyle. Wyciszony, ale przy sobie, więc jak zadzwonicie, to odbiorę. Dobra, dobra, dzięki.
Powiedzieli tutaj nawet, że żeby wyjechać na taki projekt trzeba być odważnym, a więc oni zdecydowanie są odważni.
Program PROM jest najprostszym sposobem otrzymania dofinansowania na wzięcie udziału w różnych aktywnościach naukowych. Jest stosunkowo niewiele sprawozdawczości, dosyć łatwo jest uzyskać finansowanie, nie trzeba składać bardzo dużej ilości papierów. Wniosek zamyka się właściwie w jednej stronie i jeżeli tylko człowiek wykazuje się inicjatywą i chęcią, z dużą dozą prawdopodobieństwa jest w stanie otrzymać takie finansowanie, co jest w stanie ułatwić mu start i wykonać te pierwsze kroki w karierze naukowej.
Osoba, która bierze udział w programie PROM, jest na pewno ambitna, bo chce wyjechać, czyli chce nauczyć się czegoś nowego. Musi być też troszeczkę pewna siebie, bo taki wyjazd zagraniczny wiąże się z barierami, które może nam się wydawać, że musimy przezwyciężyć. Komunikowanie się cały czas w obcym języku, czy też w przypadku właśnie wyjazdów konferencyjnych konieczność wystąpienia przed gronem specjalistów, bardzo często przed osobami, z których publikacji naukowych korzystamy, sami pisząc swoje publikacje. Myślę, że powinna też posiadać jakieś dobre zdolności organizacyjne, ponieważ tak naprawdę sami musimy zorganizować sobie ten pobyt, skontaktować się z ośrodkiem, do którego wyjeżdżamy i przede wszystkim chcieć się uczyć, zdobywać wiedzę i nawiązywać kontakty.
Mój wyjazd w ramach programu PROM owocował uzyskaniem nowatorskich wyników badań, których nie mógłbym uzyskać tutaj w Polsce, w swoim instytucie, w którym prowadzę badania naukowe. A co więcej, udało mi się poszerzyć swoje kompetencje społeczne, szczególnie w zakresie kompetencji językowych. Udało mi się, moim zdaniem, przynajmniej zwiększyć biegłość posługiwania się językiem obcym. Mam tu na myśli język angielski. Bardzo wymiernym efektem oprócz tego jest możliwość poznania obcej kultury oraz poznania sposobu prowadzenia badań naukowych gdzieś poza swoją jednostką, który może być diametralnie różny od tego, co obserwujemy na co dzień.
Chciałabym wszystkich zachęcić do udziału w programie PROM, ponieważ umożliwia wzięcie udziału w bardzo różnych wyjazdach, w konferencjach, w szkołach zimowych, szkołach letnich, krótkich stażach. Jest to program bardzo elastyczny i dodatkowo umożliwia finansowanie wszystkich konferencji, na które finansowanie z innych źródeł mogłoby nie wystarczyć.
after a short break. Fruitful, I hope. Important information. One with Canada, 3-2-2. So it's good. It wasn't easy, but yes, we won. Coming back to the topic of our conference, we're starting the second part, a very important topic about the competences of the future. So the topic is why short-term trips abroad can be crucial for the development of young researchers. And this is going to be discussed by Professor Magdalena Jelonek from the Faculty of Sociology and the from the Krakow University of Economics. Let me just make sure that the technical elements are working. It does. They do. Honestly, when I got an offer to participate in the conference, I was wondering for quite some time, what can I tell you? I'm not an expert on short-term trips, even though I've taken those numerous times, but what I'm good at, labor market, what's going on the labor market, and the competences and needs, the situation of graduates and PhD candidates that enter the labor market, especially, and are entering the labor market. So maybe I decided that I maybe combine these two topics and show the things that we know about competence needs and how these competences are going to be more or less important in the future. How can we use short-term trips to shape such competences? Especially that the form, the possibility of repeating it numerous times gives us a lot of opportunities. So, I'm trying to be brief, not to bore you, because at the end of conference it's always the most difficult, and there is a slight time delay related to the break. So, I'm going to tell you about three things. First, I'm going to tell you about the context, because since we are talking about competences of the future, and it's a very enigmatic notion, everyone defines them differently, everyone has a separate definition about it. It's always put it in the broader perspective of what's going on around the world. Since we're talking about the important things that are raising in importance, we need to always justify why do we think it's important? Why do we think this is going to be increasing in popularity? So I'm going to start with megatrends, local trends, factors influencing them, to give you a narrative, a story, if you will, of what's going on and how will it, what kind of consequences will it have for the future. So I will, of course, focus on those things that can influence the future competences. Then I will present you with a certain typology, and I made a joke here I'm going to tell you about. I'm not going to use my own data sets, but I'm not going to give you too much about that. And later on, thirdly, I will compare competencies for of the future with the short-term trips abroad. So, getting to the context then. If I were to say in 5 minutes about the most important elements that will establish the competence needs in terms of graduates, in terms of those who would like to enter labor market after graduating, right now we're talking about 3 major factors, 3 major megatrends, and the 4th one, which is a bit more complicated, so I'm just going to be mentioning it in passing. So, first megatrend is technological advancement, especially the one that is related to automation of work and the one that is related to changing in specificity of performing work, also related to necessity of having skills using AI, for example. or other technological advancements that were developed or are going to be developed in the near future. To give you an example, as an example of a solution that we are all waiting for, I hope, is something that is being developed by Professor Hartwig's team from Johns Hopkins University, and this solution is based on, not to use too much of a complex definition, it is based on producing nerve or neuronal cells or tissue that then will be able to be used in IT systems, for example. So building AI not based on silicon, but based on neuronal tissue. This is a scientific area that is very intensely developed. Some people say that it is the future of AI, because that will allow us to use the capabilities of human beings and computers don't so far. So these are the elements of technological advancement that influence competence needs. What are the most important, what are least important, or what are not important at all, because they can be replicated by computers. So that will be the first element. Not the only one. Two more that will influence the situation on the labor market. First, demographical changes, and this is influencing very strongly what's happening in Poland and what will happen in Poland for the next dozen or so years, because our population is getting older and it's shrinking. And we're estimating that by 2030, and the estimates differ, it's not that easy to estimate the decrease of population, especially that is influenced by the migration processes. So the influx of workforce may come from the outside, but the estimates of the size of the productive population that may be employed in the labor market by 2030 are not very optimistic. We're talking about 4 to 10% of decrease in population in Poland. Second element then would be demographical processes and changes influencing the labor market. New jobs needed. And furthermore, new competences needed. If the population is aging, it would be important to have jobs related to supporting the elderly, caring for the elderly, and so on. That's the second trend. I'm not going to discuss them intensely and in depth because of the time constraints. So, the third element would be a sustainable development. A very strong trend that is promoted both in public policies world and business world. We have a directive related to ESG that has influenced enterprises in Poland a lot, and that was a hot topic discussed this year the most, I think. And sustainable development is something that is very strongly tied with technological advancements, because they too work in unison. They give each other momentum, I would say. Some people say about double transformation, double transition. People say that energy transition will also lead to sustainable development. That implies further needs, new jobs that will be created. For example, sustainable development analysts, ESG experts, and preparing ESG reports. Since it is obligatory starting this year. And there are also needs related to small competences and skills that I'm going to be discussing later on. And there is a fourth element, related to geopolitical changes. I'm not going to talk about it very long for now. So what's going on in the world? Who is in power? What kind of policies are there internationally and nationally? What is the distribution or division of forces towards the west or the east? what's happening with the major powers like China. We know that China is right now about to face a major demographic crisis. So what other powers are experiencing? So that will of course influence each other as well and lead to new competences, new drivers. Apart from these big megatrends, there are smaller factors that also will influence the situation. Of course, these are smaller examples pertaining to Poland mostly, very often local, and very often industry-based, so they would look differently depending on a given different industry. So, how should we combine it with future needs? This is the context. These are three strong megatrends that influence each other, change our reality. How do we work? How will we work in the future? How does it correlate with competences? I will refer to the competences of the future, but it's a very blurred definition, I would say. It's definitely unsystematic. It is not systematized. We talk a lot about it, but it's a slogan, it's a buzzword. So let's assume that these competences are going to be increasing, or whose importance is going to be increasing in the future. There's a lot of reports that characterize these competencies of the future. I would say in the last 5 to 6 years, every year there are at least a couple of reports published like that, big reports, international or national. These were these reports that talked directly about competencies of the future. So we have a lot of data, a lot of different typologies, concepts, and there is a chaos related with it as well. I'm not going to read out all these sample sources. I just wanted to emphasize the fact that there are different areas discussed, different areas discuss these competencies of the future. Scientists, politicians, business people, very, very intensely as well, and different expert organizations, scientific also. So, for example, big research companies, consulting companies. So there is a lot of data, and there are different typologies of these competences. And therefore, my conclusion was not just because I'm lazy, but I wanted to ask ChatGPT-4 what are the competencies considered the competencies of the future. It's not that I don't know these typologies. I do. I work on them. I research them. But I just wanted to check what will ChatGPT say. Is the typology going to be unified? Is the AI intelligent enough that it will capture the changes in these competencies that took place in the recent months? Or maybe it will give me general terms. So this is the list of things that the ChatGPT provided. And let me put it this way. I would say the exam was passed. That is very often compared with. This is compared with what is often described in reports. This is, sensible. So the question is, maybe the work of all these analysts that prepared these reports doesn't make sense. I did one more task. I compared the typology that was created by ChatGPT with detailed typologies that were published in recent years. And those that are not published online, but those that are published on the expert meetings, consulting boards. So relatively fresh conclusions that are widely discussed in Poland and in the future. So what are the conclusions? Relatively easy conclusions, I would say. So ChatGPT is right in a way. Typology is in line with what is being described in the reports. On the other hand, this typology is relatively simple because it doesn't talk about the skills that are very important but are not discussed, were not published intensely in written reports. So ChatGPT doesn't identify them as key because it is based on written text mostly. To summarize, I got a typology of obvious ideas, obvious things. And this typology is, well, good. There is a lot of competences that are very important here. Cultural competences, they are very important because we live in a globalized world, we have flexibility. So a skill of, getting changed in accordance with the situation, which is very important. Resilience is also there. The ability of dealing with stress and difficult situations.
This is also a very important skill because if everything is changing, then we need to deal with that change emotionally. We have adaptability, so ability to adapt, our ability to adapt to the reality in a relatively smooth way. Critical thinking, very important aspect in the context of replacing our thinking by the machine. Data literacy, so the ability to communicate with data and understanding data, and at the same time communicating and understanding what's going on in the digital world. Two important skills today. Emotional intelligence, another element which differentiates us from machines. In this aspect, we are so far better than AI. But of course, machines have done a lot of progress in this aspect. Communication skills, I think that we are similar to AI, entrepreneurship, leadership and management, and lifelong learning. We lack here a lot of skills that have been discussed recently that are importantly significant, even more significant, because they cannot be replaced by ChatGPT. So they cannot be replaced by AI based on language that is spoken. So the first one is the ability to unlearning, so rejecting what we've learned before to get to know new elements of the problem. I can refer to my PhD students and to academic staff. This is one of the most important skills that we should shape among young people. It's not the skill of questioning what have been taught us, but this is about forgetting some things which are not essential for us anymore. So rejecting the overload of our mind with information that is bombarding us. The information that was the information that was valid 2 years ago, but is outdated today. To get rid of all the outdated information, to have more space to get new information. And the second thing that is of utmost importance, which differentiates us from AI, is analytical thinking, meaning the ability to formulate cause and relations with the general ideas. For example, ChatGPT can think of cause and result, but that previously happened. But ChatGPT cannot use these rules in the new reality, in the new situation. This is what we can do as humans, and this is amazing that we can do it, and it's based on our brain structure. We're able to take into account a model, cause and result, and then we can use this model in a totally different situation. This is how the sciences make. For example, in natural sciences, we observe natural sciences, and then we translate the rules of natural sciences to scientific sciences, like Hartwig. We pushed its science to the future, then maybe in the future ChatGPT and AI will be able to generalize result. Now it's not possible. There are also other important skills. There's a list of them. But let's focus on the most important ones that affect the future of students: selection of information and verifying important information. ChatGPT cannot do it now. Of course, ChatGPT can choose the most frequent information, but this is one of the most selection methods. But we as people can assess not only the quantity, but we can also assess quality. For example, we can choose competences in some research, in some studies, based on the arguments that we want. And therefore, this competence will be the competence of the future. We're better than ChatGPT. So this is another skill of selecting, verifying information that are less and more significant. So it's not only we can do it on the mass information, but we can use additional qualitative information, credibility of the sources, and so on and so forth. And here we are better than ChatGPT, at least now. And one more skill that I wrote down, that is still, we are better than ChatGPT, so it's about making complex decisions. What does it mean? Decisions that are not based only on the qualitative data. Because if we use only qualitative data, then computers are better than us. Computers are much investors than people. But if there are decisions that are complex, comprehensive, that intuition should be applied to use them, or adapt models of cause and result from other disciplines, then in this aspect we are still better than ChatGPT. So we are the competences that ChatGPT has and ChatGPT omitted, which, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many experts from business or science environment, were not enumerated by Chat. So let's compare it with the forms in the PROM program and with different forms of activities that are related to short-term trips abroad. I'm not going to describe them step by step, but each of one of them could be, of course, described broadly, like digital literacy, data literacy, problem-solving, innovation, cultural competence, and communication skills that were developed as part of the short-term trips. But my general remark is that, in reality, each skill that I mentioned before, those that were in ChatGPT and were not included in ChatGPT can be shaped as part of the trip. But it doesn't have to be shaped, but it can be shaped by the short-term trips. So to move on to the results, I mean that I can show you the summary slide. I think that we should look post factum at it, and I think that this will be the element of the discussion of the future about different programs that have been realized as part of the PROM program. We should look at the tools offered by NAVA, including PROM, as a tool that are not only possible to apply to get new contacts, finish theses, or present results at conferences, but also to look at them from the point of view of skills and competences, to look at them as a tool that will help us to shape competences which are essential from the point of view of the, maybe not job market, but the future. And I think this is possible, but it requires a lot of contribution of mentors and supervisors. I'm really curious if young PhD candidates go to the conference with their first results of the research, so if their supervisors devote their time to teach them resilience to stress, to the unpredictable situations that can happen. Is there any discussion like that? Do supervisors talk to their candidates? Do they talk to them afterwards? How have they dealt with the conference? Or maybe the supervisors shared their past experiences. This is a very important competence, for example, stress management. From the scientific point of view, I'm really curious if short-term trip is organized, then people are thinking how to use this trip to teach PhD student critical thinking and the ability to solve problems. This can be done. Is each trip reviewed from this point of view, not only to get a direct result, to make a lecture, but, for example, from a different point of view. I will move abroad and I will get additional benefits. I will get some additional skills. I will find myself in different cultures. I will react properly to different cultures. This is very important competence that is significant from the point of view of future scientific career and from the view of professional career at the moment. So I would like to highlight it, and I hope that maybe it will be a part of our discussion, that we should look at these tools as a brick that can be used at university to create new scientists, to create their skills and competences and future personality. Again, these forms of support, this is a great way of helping students. They can be used flexibly, in a flexible way, but this is going to be your idea. This is not NAWA's idea. You should think how you want to use them to shape young people. Please note that the competences, the skills I mentioned before, resilience to stress, creative thinking, problem solving, analytical thinking, and then so on and so forth, all of them are skills that are important from the point of view of job market. So they give you advantage on the job market, but at the same time, they are shaped at the university. These are the skills of each scientist. So each scientist needs to have all of them. Without them, you won't be a good scientist. You need to solve problems. You need to know digital world. You need to deal with other cultures. If you don't have the skills, it will be difficult for a scientist to be successful on the international arena. So if such competences give you advantage on the job market, then we need to have one more thing to keep in mind. At the moment, by shaping PhD candidates, we shape great specialists, who in the future will be strong on the job market. But, on the other hand, these PhD candidates will be very popular among Polish and international business and companies. This is optimistic from the point of view of candidates, but pessimistic from the point of view of universities, because this way of shaping competences and skills and all the abilities that we co-create as a part of short-term trips or other forms of activities give PhD students so good perspectives that they don't want to work at universities in Poland, and this is the important element that we need to take into account in our discussion. So reproduction of young staff at university and selection of the staff that are of high quality. And I think that we need to think if maybe we were able to use these tools that NAWA offers to in a way, select and encourage students to stay at the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let's move on to the discussion then. As you can see, these seats are to be filled. So, in a moment, we're going to invite the moderator here, Professor Anna Maria Jarosławska, Head of International Cooperation Department at the Wrocław University of Science and Technology. And the participants of the discussion are Professor Andrzej Chorzela from the Institute of Nuclear Physics of the Polish Academy of Sciences, coordinator of PROM projects, and also co-organizer of the Krakow Interdisciplinary Doctoral School. Another participant, Dr. Izabela Zawiska, Head of International Cooperation Department from Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Dr. Paweł Urgacz, Director of the Department of International Cooperation at the WSB Academy, Ms. Edyta Lałowicz-Santos, Director of the Office of Internationalization of the University of Economics in Katowice, and Mr. Michał Klimczyk, Chairman of the National Representation of Doctoral Students. Good afternoon, welcome. It's a great pleasure to be moderating a discussion panel about chances and opportunities faced by universities in short-term exchange implementation within PROM, of course, program. As you know, the PROM's goals were achieved. During today's conference, we had the opportunity of listening to both people who implemented these programs and those who participated in the project. But for many institutions, the possibility of implementing that became a great opportunity that was underfinanced in terms of raising competence or perfecting qualifications. But would you really say that PROM increased the accessibility and availability of both trips outgoing and incoming? And it's worth noting that these were not only international trips but also outside of the EU, and I'm sure there were some chances and also challenges that you faced. What were those? We'll try to discuss that in the next couple of minutes during the panel. So, I'm opening the discussion and I'm starting with the first question. What are the changes in the short-term trips influenced its popularity? And maybe you faced a reverse effect, a losing of popularity. And of course, I would like to start by Dr. Izabela Zawiska. During our presentation, definitely we didn't lose any interest. We've observed a great interest in short-term trips. All of the speakers mentioned that PhD candidates don't have so many opportunities to go out, to leave their university. They have a lot of constraints related to their work outside of the university or their home situation. So these short-term trips were very important for them. They were very interested in that form of mobility. They could fulfill their own goals, meet the eminent specialists, and they didn't need half a year for that. That is and has been for years the core of internationalization. So these one-semester trips or whole year trips in different aspects. So we've observed a great interest in challenges. The only opportunities, in interest in these applications. The only challenge was to choose a path, to choose the best destination. But that was up to the applicants, of course. We just tried not to make things more difficult. Of course, participants that took part in it had a supervisor that helped them, supported them into one direction. How did it look like in WSB Academy? I think that the popularity of these short-term trips contributed. There were a couple of factors that contributed to the popularity of it. So, of course, as we could hear from the previous presentations, there is a great need for continuing these programs. But I think even more important factor was the inclusivity, the availability of that program. If you take a look at the profile of an average PhD candidate, this is a person who is very often engaged in professional activity, stable employment. So the possibility of having that short-term possibility is definitely more attractive for them. It was also mentioned, the great potential was also mentioned in terms of developing key competences today. And I think it's also worth remembering about it. When we analyze different reports, University UK International report or the reports published by different Chinese organizations, we see that these short-term trips have a great potential in building a network of contacts. Coming here, I looked in details into these aspects, and I can say that majority of academia, our students, our PhD candidates wanted to go to were universities that we have already established cooperation with. But the added value was that this cooperation in terms of short-term trips, over 50% finished in or concluded in fostering cooperation, or broadening cooperation. Science is nowadays created in a very strong international context. We need to build international relations, and I think it is also worth remembering about. Of course, our PhD candidates were also really interested in going abroad, but also that includes those who wanted to come to us. And I'm wondering about the Polish Academy of Sciences. Can you hear me? Professor Andrzej Chorzela. Apologies for being online with you, but there were certain circumstances that stood in my way of coming and seeing you personally. For many years, I've organized and I conducted different forms of doctoral schools, starting from the old school ones, finishing with doctoral school, and these were mostly, as we know now, and these were mostly interdisciplinary. I'm a physicist by education, and as Ms. Zawiska mentioned, I think other physicists were also mentioned here. That it was so surprising that they don't go away so much, but they do go away. They do visit other universities as well, but they have their own grants. What was captivating in PROM program was the fact that this gives you an easy way to have this first opportunity at going to another university, visiting another university. To get a grant, you need to have achievements. You need to have a support. You need to have support of your supervisor. Here, it was relatively easy, and that opens certain doors, certain ways. Because if somebody goes to a conference, to an internship, it would be a lot easier for them to apply then for Beckers, for example, scholarship, or Prelude grants. It is easier for them to write these applications. I'm reviewing these kind of applications, and I know that you read or review these kind of applications differently. For example, for Becker's scholarship, if somebody wrote there that they have visited this particular university twice and they know people and they can write about this university in their own words, not just using their website. I think this is the biggest benefit of the PROM program. I hope this is going to continue in the future. Thank you.
Kolejne pytanie kieruję do pani Edyty Lachowicz-Santos.
Okay, now,
Co okiem eksperta oceniającego aplikację było odebrane przez instytucje jako wyzwanie, a co mogło wręcz zniechęcać do złożenia wniosku o grant programu PROM
detriment or deterrent even to using this kind of funding from this kind of program? So you're asking about deterrence, right? Kind of provocative question. If you want to do something, anything at the university, if you want to have any initiative, what is the first obstacle you encounter? Any activity. Your head is full of ideas, you're enthusiastic, and what happens more often? Most often?
A to się wiąże z czym? Jak nie wiadomo o co chodzi, to chodzi
Well,
wiadomo,
money.
o koszty. Tak?
Costs are usually the biggest
to jest ten
obstacle.
czynnik, który uczelnie
This is the biggest deterrent that prevents universities from taking the effort of organizing some kind of short-term exchange. Direct costs are related to trips, accommodation, conference fees. There are programs like Erasmus or national grants that help with that, but that doesn't fulfill the needs that a lot of young scientists have. These non-direct costs.
Kto z Państwa pisał już wnioski NAWA do jakiegokolwiek
I'm not
programu?
sure if you have you ever applied for NAVA agency funding? Quite a lot of people. Who knows the feeling that the funding was approved and there is on one hand joy and on the other anxiety and fear maybe even. Yes, also a number of people because you need to implement that program later on once you got the funding. So you need to make sure that all the administrative, substantive aspects are provided, that you will be able to provide good conditions to those who are coming here. And there's a lot of effort, sometimes incomparable with long-term stays. The formalities are usually the same, the effort is usually the same, but you know, the time spent abroad or the time for arrival is a lot shorter. And then openness to dialogue, listening to the needs of universities is something that a lot of participants, a lot of panelists spoke about here, how to adjust the different challenges, administrative challenges to this rigid program frameworks. It was also mentioned during the introduction that we have algorithms. From the perspective of the from the institution, short-term trips also are not profitable, let's say, because they don't contribute to the position in rankings. Long-term stays are counted in international accreditations, for example, or certification processes. So somebody might say that it's not profitable. Fortunately, NAVA still has, the NAVA agency still has a very noble goal, increasing the quality of education, of studies, not contributing to higher position in rankings. It should contribute, one should contribute to the other, but you know, it's not for some reason. One more concern that we have in terms of these deterrents, so the so-called brain drain. This is what universities very often think about, even short-term trips. So universities are concerned whether the balance can be retained. We had some good examples that the same amount of people left that arrived, but recreating conditions for those who arrive here, young scientists, is still problematic, especially these younger doctoral schools with less experience. Thank you very much for this exhaustive comment. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of those who implement these programs would agree that it's not only about direct costs but also non-direct costs, and that they should be encompassed in the future by the ministry in terms of also the areas to be subsidized. So short-term mobility of PhD candidates are not taken into account in terms of increasing the subsidies, but we know that universities invest their efforts and their time and resources to enable PhD students' participation in these projects.
How does it look like from the direct participant? Do you observe among your peers big interest, or are they afraid to take part in this project? Thank you very much. We see great popularity. We can talk about future. We see great popularity and expectation for the next edition of the program, because this is a great chance for us. Many chances have been enumerated so far, but the main foundation when we talk about PROM program is what Professor said, allowing students to have this first fellowship, to build the experience, personal experience and formal experience, so the one that can be presented in our CV to take part in another program. So short-term trips are very important in this aspect, but there are many other reasons to take part in such fellowship programs. Respecting Erasmus program and its contribution to development of the entire Polish academia, I have to remark that separate environments will use different exchange programs. When we are students, we looked at international mobility through the prism of learning new culture, personal enrichment, getting new language, knowing how to behave abroad. But when we are when we are PhD students, so it's more permanent contact with the university, then this international mobility, international exchange should go on different direction, building, for example, personal or team scientific CV or other aims. I want to tell you about something that is very often omitted. When we look at mobility, we very often look at it from a very subjective benefit. Maybe we sometimes may think that this is a very good activity for our personal development. We go somewhere to get some joy, to get some entertainment. This is not the case. We don't create such exchange programs for the sake of exchange programs. We want to get additional benefits that we bring to the country from this exchange. So we shouldn't look at it from the point of view of exchange, but we should look at it from the point of view of the experience we gain. I represent Technical University, University of Łukasiewicz, University of Technology in Rzeszów, and the great benefit of such a program, in my opinion, is that I can go to the representative of another institution and build cooperation with them. And this is international cooperation, so it's not that I will lose several weeks or a week going abroad, but I am ambassador of my university and I go abroad for 1 for this aim. And we are awaiting another prom program that will be in the agenda. I now use the Erasmus Plus program. In the 2 weeks, I will go to Catalonia in Barcelona at the University of Technology, and I go to Barcelona with defined aims, which are going to create cooperation in terms of hydrogen technology. And I think that the short-term fellowship is not short, but well-planned, well-thought trips can be very significant for the university. This is with reference to the deterrent. So short-term trips in the evaluation won't be visible, but international project that will result from this short trip exchange will be noticeable. You need to focus on that, and when we offer our PhD candidates taking part in PROM program, we can also tell them that it is about making such cooperation and being the ambassador of Polish university and Polish academia abroad. Great point. Thank you for that remark. And I think that you are not only the ambassador of University of Technology in Rzeszów, but also the ambassador of Erasmus Plus program that offers short-term exchanges for students. And I think in this way we should perceive all the people who take part in this project and organizers of such projects. In this next round, Professor wanted to say something. One more thing. NAVA programs are not evaluated, are not the part of evaluation of departments. This is scandalous. They should be a part of evaluation of departments. If I tell you about it from the perspective of the institute that has A+ category for the 3rd time, so we have no problem with the evaluation, but I think that NAVA programs should be calculated in the evaluation. Thank you for the remark. And I think that we will inform proper people about it to change this. But let's go back to the questions. Let's focus on the risks that you were surprised by and that you couldn't predict, because when you apply, you've never thought about pandemics, inflation, war in Ukraine. All these events led to many consequences. One of the presentations from the university in Krakow, Jagiellonian University, we know that it didn't affect statistics, but there were many problems associated with these events. And can you tell us about them? Because some indicators were not achievable and you need to reorganize some things. In our case, at university in Krakow, we tried to monitor everything, monitor and observe situation. We are not able to predict anything. We were not predicting anything in this project, but also we learned some things. And sometimes we think that in terms of force majeure, we lack just the aliens here visiting Earth. Well, you know, we need to predict things. We need to deal with the situations that otherwise wouldn't be probable. Now, when we're thinking about designing next projects, there's always a case of the risk that should be taken into account. And now I will look at different categories. Of course, I will try to secure many different things that may happen. But in terms of the preventive measurements, what didn't help us, it wasn't an inflation. Inflation didn't affect us because the subsidy as part of the PROM program is quite high. So by combining the cost of commuting and accommodation, I think that each participant was properly secured to realize the mobility aim and not to worry about additional money. But in terms of evaluation monitoring, during the entire process of project, we reacted to different situations. For example, if there was inhibition of all the mobilities, we wanted to move on, postpone the project, and national agency even told us to postpone the projects. Therefore, we were able to achieve the indicators. What else? We qualified additional participants as part of the additional competitions or as a part of the reservation list. But when the participants came to Poland, many people decided to resign from the participation due to the close neighborhood with Ukraine. But we were still in contact with our foreign partners, with our international network of cooperation, to which we send constant invitations that we have such a project. Please interest your PhD student with the project, because they can come to Poland and can realize their aims. This is what we did. So I think that we need to constantly observe the situation and be flexible to do some changes in the project. And despite all the events that happened, we were able to realize the project. And from the point of view of your university, Professor, did you also had challenges that you were not able to meet, or finally you were able to met all the results? In my notes, I wrote down about it. The biggest problem that we had, which seems to be little justified, was the rejection of coming to Poland, people that we invited. It's not about PhD candidates, it's about international lecturers, very important part of PROM program. There is a problem of loss because the war broke out in Ukraine and they couldn't come to Poland. They were afraid to come to Poland. It was not only about the PROM program, it was about STERN program, so inflation actually affected the program. What we proposed in the STERN project, written in 2019, so this budget is now, almost not profitable in 2023, especially if we think about accommodation in hotel. Not everyone will accept such costs. But from programs that we realized in our institute, well, the qualitative indicators were met. Of course, it was difficult to do so. Our institute was closed for people who were not working at our institute for 2 years. Doctor, what was difficult at WSB? I will tell you about the challenges, starting from preparing the application. During the analysis of needs of our PhD students, as we saw statistics, majority of students realized their trips for the first time in life. So now we have doctoral students that are more aware, that are more international, that can better identify their scientific needs. These students are planning such mobility to realize for the first time projects abroad. The second thing, the second challenge that I understand as a big intensity of such short-term trips. This may be a discouragement, like the previous question. We have administrative potential to realize these mobilities, but the problem is with academic staff to work and cooperate with students coming here to Poland, and to also vice versa. What was the challenge was to print certificates in color by the participants of the mobility programs. I want to talk about the challenges for the future in the context of private institutions, private universities. The beginning of programs where when these qualification framework, Polish qualification framework was realized at the beginning. Then there was a change in this Polish education, and now doctoral students is realized in international doctoral school. But the changes in the higher education system in Poland and realization at the 8th level of Polish qualification framework led to lower number of doctorate candidates. And at the 8th level, we have only participants of the seminars for doctoral candidates. Who is a doctorate candidate today? We yesterday had an inauguration of the academic year, and as part of the international doctoral school, 80 international PhD candidates were here, so it has changed. The notion of who a PhD candidate is has changed or is changing. Thank you for that. And let's move on to the next question. But before that, please prepare your own question, because at the end of the panel, we will have the possibility to ask questions to our panelists. You can do it online as well, and our panelists will answer them. What are the benefits? Now let's talk about benefits of the project. Expert response based on the applications that you reviewed. So what were the advantages? What was the added value in terms of realizing the projects?
Well, so many was said, so many things and arguments were said about the benefits, especially by those who use these benefits. So I'm not going to add a lot here. I think these positioning of a university, but also Polish science in general on the international arena is very, very valuable benefit, especially with PROM 2. These departures, these trips to international conferences as speakers really contributed to increasing visibility of the Polish science and the universities that were represented by these applicants, these people who went on trips. And that placed us equally with very prestigious, eminent academic centers. Because otherwise, without that funding, probably it wouldn't be possible to attend such a conference. So I think that influenced our brand as as Polish science in general. I was also a great fan of projects that provided or allowed for using infrastructure, scientific infrastructure, that was not available in Poland. And implementing all these factors and conditions to perform studies that could not be used in Poland for some reason, or we didn't have in Poland. For example, using one of the two biggest telescopes in the world, and that positions us in the top, centers, top countries in the scientific world. You already mentioned the short-term trips, and you advertised for short-term trips. So we know that you're a proponent. But Mr. Klimczyk, what do you think can deter students to use these short-term trips? Well, probably I could mention some formal issues and the sources of uncertainty in the world right now. But any formal procedure is a deterrent, of course. But this is how the world operates. There is an application, you need to file it, and somebody needs to review it, and so on. So it's a well-known procedure. I wouldn't say this is the main source of problems. This is something that can be done, and in my doctoral school, preparing another application limitations is one of the things you do as part of the English classes. So maybe you can implement it in your schools as well. And of course, it gives you some practice in English, but also gives you a ready-made application that you just need to file it. There are some personal issues, of course, family-related issues that determine the fact that you just can't go abroad. But honestly speaking, I would prefer to say that PROM is such an open program that it would be difficult to talk about any obstacles, any limitations to applying to it. I consider PROM, as part of the NAWA agency offer, is responding perfectly our expectations. This is my statement. How to turn these obstacles into chances and opportunities, and in increasing the interests in the program. Well, I think it would be good to point out or to emphasize good practices or perfect ideas, very good ideas that using the PROM funding in practice. We're very advocating in terms of short-term trips. We cooperate with the NAWA agency and the National Board of Higher Education in this respect, and it seems that one of the key examples that we can give here is the chance to fulfill classes that are provided in the doctoral school abroad. So where should you learn classes in English, how to conduct classes in English, if not abroad? Of course, you can do it in Poland, but this is a completely different experience. So I think making a review of these particularly interesting ideas of using PROM funding and making a catalog like that, like a series of success stories. So for example, going abroad and performing 15 hours of classes for students abroad. I think there are a lot of opportunities, a lot of creative ideas here, and I would just want to reiterate it one more time. I wouldn't perceive PROM as a source of limitations. I would call it an absolutely unprecedented program in terms of getting rid of obstacles, because main limitation of mobility were some personal reasons, usually long term of its implementation. PROM broke down that obstacle, that barrier. So again, we expect additional subsequent editions of that program. Thank you very much for that statement and for sharing this good practice. We're not going to sugarcoat the program only. So my question would be then, my next question would be to Professor Chorzela. Which obstacles that happened in the implementation of PROM 2 can be tackled while working on the third call for application, on PROM 3? So let me start. What was the element that was the biggest, the most stressful with PROM 1? So that was related to, for example, lump sum way of calculating the trips. And we managed to combat that. We managed to tackle that problem. And then everything started working quite well after we dealt with that. What else could be introduced? Well, I would personally say that all the administrative obstacles, formal obstacles connected to things like paying fundings, paying the funding, that could be all dealt in own contribution, let's say. So imposing the academic centers to contribute to educating young people and treating this as a priority. And then administrative issues, for example, managing projects like PROM or STER, is done by the administrative staff of the doctoral school. And it's only 2 people plus the board, and there are over 100 doctoral candidates in our school. So somehow we're dealing with that successfully. Maybe there are some things that we can return to. Maybe there are things that we can improve or emphasize in the next programming periods or in the next funding period. So, namely, emphasize the cooperation between the supervisor and the PhD candidate with any kind of activity. Thank you. All right, any words of comment? Any comments here? Mr. Urgacz? Briefly, I believe that PROM was a very flexible program in terms of its management, but and the more flexibility, the better. How did it look like in the Jagiellonian University? Was it really flexible? Was it really tailor-made? Or did it require much more effort, much more engagement, and these obstacles could be negated somehow or made easier in the future? I have to agree with my predecessors. The more flexibility, the better. And every person, every applicant has their own idea. We provide them with a platform, but they are the beneficiaries of the whole project, and they use the privileges that are given to them. So the more flexible it is, the better. And there are a lot of ideas, and but that is very motivating for us as well. I think that the variety of different projects. The projects were finished. Thank you very much for that answer. The projects were finished. What should you pay attention to when you implement a project like PROM or any forms of mobility? So could you please name 2 opportunities and 2 challenges when you, while implementing such short-term exchange? So maybe again, Professor Chorzela can say something about that. Let me return to what we started from. In terms of mobility of doctoral students, there are 2 ideas that I'm trying to implement, I'm striving to implement for quite some time. First would be the so-called double PhDs or dual PhDs that would be as a result of a cooperation between a Polish unit and an abroad unit, academic unit, that would lead to a double diploma. Such programs exist. We've had implemented some of those for quite some time. Out of 100 PhDs right now, we have 7 people who participate in such programs. And I hope it will be successful. And it's very valuable. It gives you a lot. It gives a lot of benefits. So PROM is going to be continued, I hope, and it can open a lot of doors. You can't just, complete, you can't succeed with only 1 conference visit, with 1 week of stay in some university. I would say 2 weeks are minimum. Second thing that usually came to my mind in this respect is to create a set of preferences for short-term trips, conference trips, in which a PhD candidate is accompanied by a supervisor. I'm not saying that this supervisor should be financed by PROM funding, maybe others, but they should go together because they should cooperate together. This should be treated as a form of integrating them and exchanging ideas. Of course, the promoter's the supervisor's responsibility would then be to support a PhD candidate, their own anxiety, feeling of incompetence maybe, or introduce them to the community of eminent researchers as well. That would be very important in my view. There are some personal reasons, because this is how my supervisor introduced me to the world of science, and I think it worked very well. Thank you. Now, the perspective of the Jagiellonian University, based on two PROM programs, what should you pay attention to when you're writing a program, implementing a program like that? So when you're writing an application, you should pay attention to fulfilling all the requirements that are posed as goals. You should adjust, align your ideas to the offer of a project or a program. I think this is very important, to point out development paths and justify them in terms of implementing the program. And then, while implementing the program, I think it's very important to have this administrative care. The beneficiaries of the program are the PhD candidates, but there is a whole group of people that deals with all that, organizing their trips, supporting them in looking for accommodation, money transfers. So that would be the financial department. Rectors are involved as well in finding contacts. So to have the good idea, adhere to all the conditions, and then have a good team that will support you and supervise the whole project. And with many different situations that can happen, react to different changes.
Thank you. And WSB, do you have the same experiences? Yes, I can add to what have been said. We have to be sure to have the potential in terms of administration and substantive knowledge, that there is an understanding among different departments engaged in realizing these mobilities. Remember that PROM is about also people coming here to Poland. So do we have the potential of accepting and supporting the universities we cooperate with, and particularly young scientists that come to Poland? And now the last question. Are you going to, again, apply or to take part in the next edition of PROM program? Two-sentence answer. Professor online will start, of course. Why? Why? Because, as I said before, I highly appreciate these programs, and I think that they give PhD candidates a lot of the chances. From our perspective, we should propagate them and aiming to get such projects for our students to use and apply in their professional life. I am a big fan of international cooperation, as the majority of physicists, because we live by this exchange. Isabella Zawiska. Yes, I think that, yes, in the future, if there will be a competition like that, I will try to get the money to continue the cooperation. Why? It has been mentioned many times today. I'm not going to repeat myself. Doctor, yes, I will continue, but I want to mention one thing. We had an interesting conversation during the coffee break with the PhD candidates. We need to promote short-term mobilities, because we talked to them, fourth-year students, and they heard about PROM program for the first time. So there's no other way than the continuous promotion, engaging our supervisors, to tell them, students, about the program, about short-term exchange, because everything now is going to be very quick and instant in the future. Yes, I agree that communication, promotion are important, and here we also get to know that some people don't know that they can take part in such programs because they haven't heard about the programs. As a student, as a candidate, I can tell you we will apply as many projects, as many applications as the system will allow us. We know what we want to do. We will take part in the future in the program because we know how to use it and we know how to make this result matter for our development and for the institution that we represent. So we are waiting in the starting block. Please strengthen the servers. We will apply as much as we can. There are also experts that will assess your application. So yeah, be merciful. Yes, you probably have a lot to say about the applications. So are you encouraged to apply? I will tell about it to the doctoral school. I will have conversations about it. I would like to talk about the future and the proposal for the future. To mention what was to refer to what was mentioned at the beginning. Don't remember about the targets of the sustainable development, because we were talking about the trips back and forth. But maybe we should look at the blended mobility here. We should talk about blended mobility, where the trip will be only an element of the cooperation. But online technology gave us so many options that maybe it will be easier to realize, especially that we will have Z generation, alpha generation for them. This is an important indicator we should remember about it when we take into account the future stages of PROM program and about sustainable development. Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions, so thank you for taking part in the panel, for your participation, and I hope that you will have more applications than before, maybe you will triple the previous results or even more, and I know that University of Science and Technology in Wrocław will take part in this program again, and our application will be positively accepted. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all participants of this discussion. And now, lunch break, a short break. It will be 30 minutes. We will meet here again, 20 to 3. Wish you a good break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. It was not easy to get you all here, because I know that there were a lot of topics to be discussed. This is what is the conference is about, to also speak in the corridors, in the foyer, about a lot of different topics. So we have Ms. Katarzyna Pietrusińska with us, not by coincidence, because she will present the NAVA agency offer for the scientists. And this is going to be our next speech. So let's start the presentation and let's start the speech. Thank you very much. To finish up this really interesting conference, we have prepared a review of NAVA program, other than scientists that support Polish researchers and Polish academic units. Let me just start my presentation first.
Czy mogę poprosić o pomoc? Och, już jesteśmy. Zacznijmy od programów skierowanych do indywidualnych.
So let's start with programs directed to individual scientists.
Super, dziękuję. Mobilność jest istotnym
Mobility is an important element in developing scientific development, in scientific work and research work. So we have a number of programs that support mobility of scientists on all the levels of scientific career, for PhD candidates, young scientists, experienced scientists. And we also have programs for the scientists that want to come to Poland from abroad, and those for the scientists who want to study or conduct their scientific work abroad from Poland, and then return to Poland with new knowledge and competences and contacts. One of the most popular programs we have in our offer is Mieczysław Becker's program, addressed for scientists and doctoral candidates on all the stages of their career that want to implement international internships. Such projects can last up to 3 to, in some cases, 24 months. They may relate to all fields of science, and the host university may be any university around the world. Here, you apply individually to NAVA as a scientist who plan their trip, spoke with the university, got the invitation, negotiated all the terms of cooperation. Such a scientist would individually apply with their application to NAVA. What can be subjects? Well, that can be opportunity to conduct scientific research and development work, gathering materials for scientific work or publications. It can be completing part of education for doctoral candidates, or completing postdoctoral internship as well.
Finansowanie w tym programie
This is a scholarship, and you get one-off funds between 7,000 to 12,000 zlotys, depending on the center being academic center being in Europe or outside of Europe for traveling, and then between 9,000 to 12,000 a month. Depending on whether this is a doctoral candidate or a postdoc. This would be money given for expenses. Then there is also a funding devoted to family members if there is a spouse and or a kid, there are 2,000 a month, 2,000 zlotys a month, and if there are at least 2 kids, 3,000 a month per family member. And the subsidy for family members is granted regardless whether the family joins the person abroad or not. If so, funds are needed, of course, but then if the family stays in Poland and one of the parents or one of the spouses leaves, the person staying here has, let's say, increased obligations, responsibilities, they need support. That is why we provided this additional subsidy if the family stays in Poland. So this is an offer for scientists that leave, that go abroad, and such trips may last up to between 3 and 24 months. However, long-term trips are only provided for young scientists. That would be for whom that would be the first such long trip. Doctoral candidates and experienced postdocs, so over 7 years after the doctorate, may leave from between 3 to 12 months. People who are our who grant our scholarships, there is another additional offer for them, and we can start it during the return to Poland. This is a national component of the Becker's program to motivate scientists to return to their alma mater, to their mother university, and to use to optimally use the experience gained abroad in practice, and the opportunity to create a new independent research team. So people who were above 18 months abroad within Becker's program and whose finishing report was assessed positively, and who have a plan to create their own research team after coming back to Poland, they may count on additional financing. In this case, an institution that hires such person, it can be their mother university they left the university originally from, they left abroad from, or another institution, and then that institution would receive salary reimbursement at a gross amount of 17,000 zlotys per month. This is paid for 6 months by the NAWA agency, and the university is obliged then to retain this full-time employment for another 6 months and retain the same level of salary. And this is provided that the scientists applies for this institution for creating new research team. Then another program, ULAM NAWA, named after Stanisław Ulam. This is a mirror project. It is directed to individual foreign scientists that would like to work in or conduct their scientific projects in Poland. These are people who got into agreement with a Polish university in which they want to perform their internship and of course have all the formal conditions fulfilled, and then they may obtain such funding between 6 to 24 months. And the provision, the condition here is to have a doctoral degree. So the program is open for young scientists and for experienced scientists having a doctoral degree as well. In terms of the scope of the program, it's similar to Becker's program, so it can be conducting scientific research or development work, gathering materials for scientific research or publication, or implementing postdoctoral fellowship. Again, there is a monthly scholarship that is, as you can see, 10,000 zlotys a month. Importantly, NAVA scholarships are tax-free, so you get it without taxation. And then we finance the travel expenses, 7,000 for those scientists from Europe and 12,000 from abroad, from outside of Europe, plus 5,000 zlotys subsidy for learning Polish, and again similar financing for family members as in terms of Becker's program. So this is so the fellow needs to provide for their own social insurance, and they need to agree with their host university about the scope of support in terms of costs of studies. Will they be included into a current running project, and so on. All the issues related with particular activities and financing those require a careful agreement on the level of preparing project application. Both Becker and ULAM projects are very popular grant programs. The success rate is about 25%, which means that 1 person out of 4 candidates, applicants, will get the funding. One of the fellows of the ULAM NAVA programs. In terms of doctoral students trips and doctoral candidates trips, we also have a Prelude BIS NAVA program. Here, NAVA finances and subsidizes mobility trips of doctoral candidates. It's not an open program, but it's directed at a group of candidates that participate in the NCN research project selected in the Prelude BIS contest. Mobility, that assumes that mobility is an important element of the doctoral candidates development, and each participant of the doctoral school that develops the Prelude BIS program should have the ability to go to such a trip, so that we provide funds to finance all the applications that are directed to us. Of course, if they fulfill the minimum criteria. So each properly prepared application has financing provided, because we consider such mobility as an inherent element of the doctoral's education. And again, you can plan trips to any country in the world, in any discipline, and the trips may last from 3 to 6 months. Rates, 9,000 zlotys per month of the scholarship, tax-free for countries belonging to OECD or 50 cities from the Mercer Group, and 6,000 for other places, and the mobility allowance, depending whether it's Europe, it's 7,000, or outside of Europe, 10,000 zlotys. And then a guardian or caregiver, that would be for the disabled, so for a person with disability, and you can see the rates here. Then let me also mention joint research projects. They're relatively small in terms of the amount of funding, but still needed and expected by the community, by the scientific community, and that they support the mobility of scientists carrying out research projects in cooperation with scientists from abroad. And we implement these projects based on bilateral agreements, governmental agreements, and there is a certain group of countries with which such cooperation is possible. Next year, we're planning competitions with France, Germany, Italy, Czech Republic, Belgium, maybe also Belgium, Wallonia, and Portugal. And that would be grants up to 30,000 zlotys that allow for trips, meetings, of this group comprised of scientists from both countries, so that the scientific cooperation between these two scientists is efficient, and that we can agree certain results, fulfill certain studies in the partner institution, or prepare some event that would commemorate the results.
We take care of scientists who at some part of their career left abroad, but they take into consideration coming back to Poland. We have special reintegration grant, Polish returns, grant for scientists with Polish citizenship who have distinctive scientific achievements that is distinctive at their discipline and at their career level. The grant allows to hire returning scientists at the Polish university or other scientific institutions, even for 5 years. Polish Returns Grant finances the salary of the scientists, creating the working group, moving costs. We want scientists to actively get other research grants from Poland or international grants that allow them and project group continue work even after finishing of NAVA subsidy. At the beginning, we have the START grant, so the scientific component on application component financed by National Center of Science or National Center of Science and Research to use in the first 18 months of realizing the project. Before a scientist gets new scientific grants, they have at their disposal costs for research, so that they are able, after returning to Poland, devote themselves to research as part of their projects and developed project group. In these programs, we have money for junior scientists up to 7 years after a PhD, and the second track is for experienced scientists. Experienced scientists have to have experience of heading scientific projects or heading the scientific group. It means that these people should create successfully own project group in Poland. It depends, of course, on financing for the project group. The employing institution can be any Polish public or private institution, research institute, scientific institute, other entity with a scientific category. Such an institution should have relevant experience and existing cooperation, international cooperation in the project area, proper resources in terms of apparatus and other resources to support returning of the scientists. These institutions should be able to harness the potential of people returning from abroad, and that will propel the further development of the project group. In this project, NAVA provides attractive salary for junior scientists. It's up to 220,000 Polish zlotys per year. In terms of experienced scientists, up to 330,000 Polish zlotys per year, up to 3 years for junior scientists, and 3-4 years for 2-3 years for junior and 3-4 years for experienced scientists. Remuneration of the project group 120,000 Polish zlotys for the junior track and up to 250,000 for the experienced track. Here we have also some benefit for the person inviting people back. Who is this person? We know that returning from abroad is not always an easy thing. Most frequently, the scientist needs in the new institution someone who will, first of all, be a guideline where to get to deal with matters, where to go. And on the other hand, this person would be the ambassador of the scientist, allowing the scientists to integrate with the university, get the proper position and informal contact. So this is the inviting person. It's not scientific supervisor, because these people are independent workers. But this is, a first contact for the returning scientist. We reimburse resettlement costs and the scientific component. The start grant is also reimbursed 200,000 Polish zlotys. If from NCBR for research and development, it's up to 400,000 Polish zlotys. I don't know if you can see this, but please go to polskiepowroty.pl. On the website you will find 71 people who so far have been laureates of the program. You can read about them, about their research. There's contact data to them, an interesting source of information if you're thinking of applying to the Polish returns programs, because you can return the group of people who up to this day have decided to come back, and interesting source of scientific contacts as well. So please visit the website. And now a short signal to this program. Nawa Walczak program is about to be initiated fall this year. Program aimed at doctoral students, researchers and academics in the field of medical sciences, pharmaceutical sciences and health sciences, based on the Becker program. So these are trips for fellowships program to academic centers around the world. What is new in this program, because in this previous edition there were only trips to the United States. Here we have three pathways, didactic, scientific and clinical pathways, but the more details will be available soon. I will tell now briefly about the grant program, intervention grants. The program that Nawa opened in response to, surprisingly, an ever-changing reality. Important grant, important program, because here the decision about subsidy is very quick, in a month. A project can involve only particular activities planned in response to urgent, unpredicted social and civilizational and environmental events around the world. In this program, we support international cooperation of the working group and mobility of scientists. It is important that this is not a program aimed at financing activities which can be a matter of funding in regular track. Here we can plan research whose realization requires very quick response, and waiting for regular competitions of granting centers, granting bodies would be a risk of losing an opportunity to solve an important social, environmental or other problems. In 2023, recruitment projects lasted from 3 to 12 months, with maximum funding up to 300,000 Polish zlotys, and qualified costs were salaries, expertise, developing the project, obtaining expert opinions, travel and other costs incurred in connection with the project. And one thing about ImpressU program. It was created as a response to very important events happening in the world. The result of our cooperation between one of the biggest American grant agency, National Science Foundation, and grant agencies from 6 countries: US, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. In this program, the 2 Polish financing agencies, NAWA and NCF, NCN finances the participation of Polish partners in new innovative projects. Its scheme IGER. NAWA finances the participation of Polish research groups in international supplements projects. It's about broadening ongoing NSF-funded projects to have new partnership with researchers from Ukraine and Poland. If this is justified, also partners from other enumerated countries. This application is continuous. Motions can be submitted until June 30, 2024, but the financing is limited as opposed to the popularity of the program. So if you're interested in this project, so it is important to be quick and to apply as soon as possible. And the last thing about national contact point for Marii Curie-Skłodowska activities. In AWA, we have a contact point that provides all people interested services in terms of organizing trainings and workshop on Marii Curie-Skłodowska activities for some institutions. People who conduct this point interpret the European Commission documents. So if you have any doubts about preparing grant applications, or if you have any questions how to report the grants, it's worth to know that NAWA can help you with such aspects. And at the end, a slide that I add to each presentation, because it's never enough to provide you with information how to prepare a good application. Many of these recommendations are obvious, but please remember that when you plan NAWA grant, you should plan the activities that will allow you to make a scientific step in your career. It is important to think through your choice of host institution and carefully agree all the terms and conditions at the level of preparing the application. All the projects should be valuable to the host institution and to the scientists. They additionally should affect the development of the discipline they involve. Of course, we should analyze the documentation carefully, the entire documentation. So it's not about application, but also about the agreement that will be possibly signed. It is important to read the assessment cards that are always part of the competition documents, because then you will learn about the criteria of this competition. Scientists should, on their own, decide about their publication that want to be there for portfolio. It's not a short list. For example, you have to choose your 5 publications depending on the condition of the competition. But please remember, think about it carefully, because this is the choice that will show your achievements and your profile. In the application, you should put the information in a clear way that refer to the requirements and concrete results of the project. On the one hand, they should be ambitious. On the other, you should remember that each project should be recalculated and reported, so you should deliver at the end of the project your thesis. It is important, you shouldn't treat everything for granted. Sometimes when you want to realize your project, Becker project at the Oxford University, then you don't have to justify why the university is so great. No, this is not the truth. Choosing the host institution should be adjusted to the candidate, to their scientific plans, and it should be justified well. Applications should be read by you and by someone else. It doesn't have to be a specialist. It, for example, can be your friend or someone who doesn't know the topic at all. Because such a person could assess if your entire application presents the problem in a clear way. If there are doubts, please contact the program supervisors, NAVA program supervisors. And the last thing, that is very important, last but not least, don't send your application and at the 1 minute before closing the competition. Please do it in advance. Thank you. Do you have any questions to this part of my presentation?
Unfortunately, we can't hear the question.
In
terms of some emergency situations, there are two things we can do. We can suspend the project, but the suspension should not be longer than 3 months. So if there is a realistic perspective of continuing the project within the period of 3 months, then we will prepare an application to NAVA agency, and hopefully after a brief suspension you will be able to finish your project. There are rare situations where somebody fails to finish the project. Then the assessment is whether these conditions, the circumstances were due to the applicant or not, independent of the applicant. Sometimes it's possible to settle only part of the project. So in connection with the experts, we estimate whether these activities done in the project are adequate to the period. If so, the scholarship is then settled individually to the time period spent on scientific work abroad. Another question from the room, without the microphone. Of course, if there is, for example, a difficult pregnancy that makes the work impossible, yes, that would be individually treated, of course. There are certain limitations. We're not fully flexible, but we are trying to adopt a solution that is the best for both parties. But yes, all the difficult individual situations are, carefully processed or carefully treated. Believe me, trust me. Any more questions? If not, then thank you very much. I'm here for you after the meeting. Please approach me with any questions, and I'm passing the floor to... Yes, thank you very much.
Proszę o zabranie głosu panią Annę Balcerzak-Raczyńską.
To Anna Balcerzak-Raczyńska. So to finish up our conference, I wanted to present you the offer for institutions, program for institutions, the closest application calls in the autumn, and then those that await us in the spring. Here you have the icons of all the programs that we implement in NAVA agency. So I'm showing you the closest application calls, 6 out of all those. So the first, chronologically, first program that we will open the call soon is the standard flagship NAVA's program called Strategic Partnerships. I think that it doesn't need any introduction, any advertising. From the discussions we've had today, it seems that you know it very well. However, since we're opening a new call to it, I think it's worth reminding everyone the goals of this program and the activities that are possible to be implemented within it. Main objective is to support institutions of higher education and science in developing sustainable solutions for teaching, research and implementation coordination carried out within the framework of strategic international partnerships. And with the disclaimer that the results of these projects should be the basis for the development of long-term cooperation of the entities forming the partnership, with the emphasis of long-term. All the activities that you will describe in your application should point to that. Projects implemented, importantly, implemented under the program must be part of the long-term development policy of the applicant unit. Specific objectives to the main objective are implementation of cooperation between the applicant and foreign international partners in order to work out and develop long-term systemic relations in the area of internationalization and building the applicant's potential on the international arena by promoting innovative solutions and best practices that are the subject of the project. So, the characteristics of the Strategic Partnerships Program is a wide range of activities you may implement within it. It's up to you. How do you approach, how do you understand the main objective here? How do you add these or combine it with these activities? So, part of within strategic partnerships, we may have the following acceptable activities: exchanges, lectures, study visit of internships of students, doctoral candidates and academic staff. We can also develop or prepare new innovative tools and methods of education, develop modern teaching materials, create and implement high-quality joint studies, conduct joint scientific research, develop and implement strategy to disseminate the results of the research conducted by the applicant and international partners, develop a quality management system at partner institutions for improving the quality of education. We can also here talk about adjusting your offer to the market needs. This would be, or adapting the educational offer to the market needs. I think it's very important activity, and a component related to forming cooperation with foreign businesses also for this goal. So as you can see, depending on your needs and your developmental goals, long-term goals, there are many possibilities. You're implementing it in cooperation with international partners. There are no limitations in terms of partners you will be selecting, and the the countries of these partners. So it's up to you, and it's up to the applicant how to select these partners to implement the goal of their project in the way that is as correct as possible, but also that will serve this academic unit for years. The recruitment or the application call is planned to start on the 24th of October. There are 20 million zlotys devoted for this goal. Project time, at least 12 months, up to 24 months. And single funding up to 2 million zlotys, which allows for really well-tailored project for your needs. Such calls are announced every year, and they are extremely popular. And there are a lot of applications, and that's why I would like to point out how important it is to prepare your application also substantively. Second program, a sapling application call, is called Welcome to Poland, again soon. The recruitment will start already in 2023. Similarly to strategic partnerships, this program is announced every year, and there is a lot of applications every year within this program. Main objective, as you know, is building the capacity of applicants to host and serve foreign students, doctoral students or candidates, teaching and research staff, all those that come to your university. Also promoting applicants internationally, in particular through cooperation with foreign alumni. NAWA used to have a separate program to that for some time. This component related to fostering relations with alumni is introduced into this program, which I think was a good idea. At least this is from our experience. The call for applications is planned by the end of November. Allocated funds, 15 million zlotys. The maximum financing is 500,000 zlotys, minimum 100,000 zlotys. And we're quite flexible in terms of the project time, at least a year, but no more than 2 years. But it's also possible to implement a project that is 1.5 years. Here again, the scope of activities in Welcome to Poland program is quite wide. It encompasses all the activities related to internationalization and the development of the applicant's capacity in receiving and serving students, researchers and staff from abroad. We talked about it in the objectives part. You also have the possibility of organizing a place dedicated for serving foreign students, so kind of a welcome center, but also the possibility of developing such welcome center that is already existing. Within the program, we have created 46 welcome centers, so all those applicants that have such a center may then apply to develop it, make it function even better, even more efficiently. There's going to be a possibility like that in the next recruitment period as well. Then another activity, developing the Maria Skłodowska-Curie fund, supporting MSCA consulting services. So an advisory, consulting and advisory service. This might be an important part of your application.
Ważne jest kształtowanie oczywiście postaw
shaping attitudes of openness and tolerance in the academic staff and scientific community, and developing cooperation with foreign graduates, but also developing purely technical aspects, so applications, websites, databases, or IT systems designed to achieve the project's objectives, including collaboration with the alumni. It is also possible to include here online activities to reach the target group with information and promotional messages, allowing you to reach your target group. But, you know, target group can be so your future students, potential students as well, parents of your students as well. So people who have who are right now thinking about studying in Poland. So that shows that this information and promotional communication can be implemented in a very comprehensive way, and I assume that that comprehensiveness can be additional point in applying within Welcome to Poland program. Another activities, so creation of films, multimedia content, and traditional information and promotional materials that would present Poland as an attractive destination, scientific, educational destinations, but also profiles of students, doctoral students, or candidates and graduates, and the whole offer that the university has that wants to boast in front of foreign students. It is also possible to conduct trainings, meetings, workshops that would allow these people employed in Welcome Center to perform their activities better, but also we can also finance some informational and promotional activities carried out at home or abroad, including participation in trade fairs, organizing meetings for the target group, etc.
Additionally, there is possibility of supporting foreign students or scientific circles and networking activities initiated and organized by foreign students or foreign staff. This is in the area of activities for alumni. There is a possibility to organize international scientific conferences, seminars, and scientific discussions in Poland to disseminate the results of research and scientific activities. All these activities can be realized in online, in hybrid form, and in physical way. We encourage you to read the publication that was created not far ago to summarize the previous program, Welcome to Poland, History of Success. You will find it on the NAWA website. There is a link. But it's available. Even if you cannot do it now, you can do it at home. If you write down the name of the program, then you will get all the necessary information. There is also a recording from the conference summarizing the realization of Welcome to Poland program, History of Success. You can watch it here at the website, and I recommend you to do so. Now I would like to present 4 recruitments that are planned in the first quarter of 2024. All of these recruitments will be financed from the new financial perspective, European Fund for 2024-2027. So the continuation of the previous program, of the POWER program, development, education, knowledge, European funds for social development. FAIRS program includes the same areas of activity that were in the previous program, POWER, so it aims to improve the situation of people on the job market, increase availability for people with special needs, improve quality of education, social integration, and healthcare protection. So first of these recruitments, well, we don't have now concrete data, but what we know is that it's going to happen in the first quarter of 2024. The first recruitment is supporting European universities. And I think that this is an interesting initiative whose aim is to support the creation and maintenance of international academic partnership as a complement to the activities undertaken in the Erasmus Plus program related to the functioning of so-called European universities. What is interesting here is that this idea is financed by the Erasmus Plus program, so European universities called Universities of the Future. This is international partnerships of the universities, including 3 universities from 3 different countries. These universities should have the common strategy, common plan, idea for cooperation and common offer for students, but as part of them, what will be offered as part of the NAVA, this is it. So what about NAVA's part? It's about the applicants. No surprise here, because with all the programs for institutions, well, so here are the programs for institutions, for the higher education institutions who want to cooperate as the European universities or who are already a part of such a membership, or partners who are a part of this partnership and whose project was positively assessed but wasn't funded due to the exhaustion of the money. We are going to get back to the numbers, but as part of the European universities, we will organize the exchange of students, doctoral students, and academic staff. We will allow participation in different study visits, internships, summer schools, winter schools, seminars, workshops, project-based learning, training or intensive courses, again, online, hybrid, or in physical form. The catalog of activities, if I want to refer to PROM, is quite broad, or very broad even. Additionally, there will be ability to actively participate in conferences and events related to internationalization, developing modern teaching and training materials, development or preparation of new and innovating educational tools and methods, including verification of learning outcomes, developing quality management system for enhancing the quality of education and research. Also, activities aimed at conducting joint research and development work, for example, internship, common publications, preparing international publications, networking, accommodations, special accommodations for people with special needs. And now I will quickly come back to the slide that I didn't develop on. I mentioned that the recruitment will start in the first quarter of the next year. Length of the project up to 24 months. We don't know if there will be a minimal requirement in terms of the length of the project. Fund number of applications, maximally 1, up to 2 million Polish zlotys funding. Do you have any question now to the recruitment, to the future project? If you have any questions, please use the mic. We have a simultaneous interpretation and streaming, so the microphone is necessary to ask a question. Good morning, Monika Cisławska. I represent Musical Academy in Wrocław. We are really happy that the strategic partnership program has been opened. We have our own idea. We will be working on that. My question is, if this recruitment, there will be priorities, European priorities about European funds, what I mean, green transition, digital transition, and social inclusion. Should we take these projects into continuation when we want to plan our activity as part of this project? You know what? I don't know the answer to the question, but I will get the information. I will get the answer, but I can see here we have some people who can actually help you with that. About priorities, well, we don't define them. So we are proponents of the free approach to the disciplines. The only priorities that are defined are when we create joint partnerships. So strategic partnerships have the benefit because there are at least two necessary bodies. So as you remember, in the past we had a strategic academic partnership and international academic partnerships, and now there is a requirement that we will have from 1 to 6 international partners to realize a common aim. The question is about the scale of activity or to the discipline. Well, there are no limitations. Summer schools, winter schools, academic exchange, common research, increasing quality management at universities, job shadowings, all other forms of activities are available in these programs. So we are not limited. We count on your novel approach, on your innovative projects with the use of these formats that are gaining popularity due to the fact that we're in the post-pandemic era. Thank you for the response. One more, maybe not a question, but a thought or doubt or disappointment maybe about allocating or about the maximum possibility of funding in your programs. There is less money available in 2019 when the program wasn't a strategic partnership, but it was just international cooperation. Then it was 50 million Polish zlotys. In previous recruitment, 25 million. Now we have 20 million, and at the same time, this maximum money is still 2 million. We, as an artistic university, that has always less chances of getting through in comparison to medical or technical disciplines. So I think that our chance won't be big, because if you give the possibility of preparing the application up to 2 million Polish zlotys, then we already know that the biggest universities will prepare great projects, and with the lowering allocation, maybe this maximal amount of money could be lowered and more universities could get money. I don't know if I was clear. Katarzyna Aleksy. Thank you for your thought. I will add to complement the image. Yes, in the first recruitment, it was 50 million Polish zlotys planned for allocation, but unfortunately, we subsidized applications that amounted for 38 or 37 million Polish zlotys because due to the quality reasons, we couldn't finance more. So we lowered the allocation to the program because it was very high, 50 million. It wasn't used. In the last recruitment, well, because this is about the allocation for the entire program, amount of money for one project, and the success ratios to keep the innovation rate. I think there were 70-something applicants. So, you know, when we give money to 70 projects, then this is about the percentage we want to give money to. So if you apply to 2 million Polish zlotys, this is the maximum you can get. But some projects are, you know, require less money. So it's all about mathematics. It's about the points, number of subsidized projects, and the number of allocation won't be never predicted. 20 million you mentioned. Well, I think that on one hand it's enough to finance satisfactory package of projects that are high quality, because we are not going to finance all the projects, but the post-pandemic experience is still ahead of us. We are still waiting for what's going to happen, and we see that post-pandemics we had a lot of online forums, which means that you are right. Prices increased, but many platforms for corporations are realized online for free or they are low cost. So the 2 million Polish zlotys allow to realize the plans the university planned. And I underline that not everyone apply for the full amount of money. They sometimes want to get less money than 2 million Polish zlotys. So I think that the maximum amount of money is enough for a given university to think about the international cooperation. We will look at this recruitment, and we will see at the number of applications, the budget, and maybe next years we will increase the allocation. One important information. Each university can apply for free projects, At big universities, 5 people, for example, want to have individual applications. So rector or pro-rector, they choose the applicants. So I think smaller universities have advantage because they will be accepted. At the biggest universities, some projects cannot be realized because there is very high internal competition, so some projects are not even accepted by the internal authorities. So we are looking at the quality, not at affiliation, but at quality. And we want a given project to be a good one. This is the most important thing in the process of assessment. If it's from the Warsaw University, if it's from Jagiellonian University, Economic University, Szczecin, Radom, Lublin, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's why we have a program of trips to open days with NAWA to show scientists and show cooperation departments of recruitment that this is not that money only go to Krakow or Warsaw, but actually the money is aimed at everyone, to you, and you can get the money. But you, first of all, need to play, for example, and buy the ticket at the lottery. Sometimes, if you are a bigger institution, you cannot even buy the ticket to the lottery. So I encourage you to buy a ticket and to take part in this projects.
Referring to the quality, I would encourage contacting people who will answer questions. On one of the beginning slides, we had the contact email ps@nawa.gov.pl. You can refer your questions to this email address. Questions about the best possibly filed application. And I think this is something very important when you file an application. Let's move on. If there are no further questions to these 3 application calls. So the next program directed at institutions, I think you know it already. It's called Catamaran. The recruitment is planned for the Q1 2024. So the aim is creating common study programs, as this goal suggests. The goal is here to support Polish universities within creating or implementing international study programs to create then leading to common diploma. The length of the program is 18 months for the so-called Path A, and for up to 48 months for the Path B. Maximum 1 million zlotys of subsidy funding. Activities that are authorized, facilitating the recruitment process, including disseminating information about the planned start of studies, and acquiring candidates, taking part in networking meetings, conducting lectures, conferences and other events. The payment of scholarships is treated as one activity. It's not any it's not a something that would be necessary for the program. So, paying scholarships for Polish students going abroad or students from foreign institutions that come to Poland. It is also possible to finance activities related to organizing or leading lectures, study visits or working groups of the scientific staff with foreign partner or partners related with the implementation of studies. And very important activity, organizing adaptation trainings, integrational language, intercultural trainings, or financing participation of staff that will be then involved in creating studies in adaptation, integration language programs. What is, I think, worth mentioning is the brochure that we've published last year, Common and Dual Studies, Poland and the World. This is very important for us because this is the first attempt at holistic approach towards these two types of studies. You can see the cover, and if you just remember the title, you will be able to download it. Then Spinaker program. That is going to be financed by FAIR's funds. And again, similarly to the previous two application calls, we're talking about assumptions, but then objectives. But whether it's going to be worded exactly like that, we don't know, because we're still waiting for the acceptance, for the approval of these concepts that I'm discussing, believing that they refer to what worked in the past, and this is how it will look like. But maybe I'm overly optimistic. Maybe I should reiterate that these are assumptions and they can be further modified. Not significant modifications, but still, I think when we start the call, application call, then you will have the final version. I heard a lot of good things about Spinaker, so this is the intense international education programs, and I know that this program works very well in many institutions and allows for implementing different forms of education that I'm going to mention in a moment. All of our programs are aimed at internationalizing Polish institutions. This is the main objective here as well. Specific objectives? Increased interest in the offer of education in Polish institutions of science and higher education among foreign students and/or doctoral candidates.
co za tym idzie, wzrost ich udziału w programach kształcenia na
what follows increased participation of foreign students and or doctoral candidates in education programs at Polish universities and expanding the offer of intensive international education programs. I will mention what are those intensive international education programs. These programs can be delivered in a hybrid, remote or offline format. All the programs from the European funds are going to be announced in the Q1. This one is going to be announced in Q4 2024. So I hope it's, that will give you the chance to spread to writing these applications evenly, or more evenly at least. So please don't send them in Q1, send them in Q2 or Q3. Project time 12 to 24 months, funding up to 800,000 zlotys. Each program has a dedicated email address, so if you write for example, spinnaker@nava.gov.pl, once the call is announced, you will be able to ask your questions in terms of scope of the project and some technical issues related to the application, all the issues that will that you may have any questions about. So what is this intense international education program? It's a short, lasting no less than 30 hours and no more than 150 didactic hours form of education designed for foreign students or doctoral candidates. What are the activities that can be financed within Spinnaker? Well, the activities that are devoted at creation of new intensive international education programs, either in a remote format or hybrid format or offline format, adaptation of existing intensive international programs, preparing of teaching staff, recruiting program participants, and implementing these programs. Last but not least, for me, the most important, I would say, in terms of European funds program, and again, it's an assumption, is PROM. And here we have a very long side title, let's say, to PROM. It's a short-term academic exchange as a way to improve the quality of education at higher education and scientific institutions. As we talked here in the halls, this long name, not very attractive, I would say. This will be shortened, modified, definitely shortened. So the objective of PROM is mostly related to the same activities that were mentioned throughout this whole conference, and the same recruitment application calls that were performed in previous last 2 years. So we're planning to announce it in the first quarter 2024. Length of projects 12 months in this first call that was realized, and then the second call was lengthened numerous times. That's why we're coming back to the original 12 months. Number of applications 1, and the max budget is 2 million zlotys, which is a change because last the max budget was 1.2 million zlotys. So that probably will influence the scale of projects. New thing here, we've provided activities not only related to doctoral candidates and academic staff, but also students. And you can't see the requirements limits that were in the previous calls. So the doctoral candidates were to have at least 80% of the whole group of participants. We don't have that right now. Maybe we will add those, but maybe not. Maybe we will just leave it like that for the applicants. I know that the requirement of 80% of doctoral candidates was a problem, or there were people eager to go, but there were no more spaces. And here we were quite strict about it, so at least 80% of participants had to be doctorants in the previous calls. So short mobility between 5 and 30 days, this stays the same. Activities, we all know those. We all saw that. What is important here, I think, is these are 11 points, but I think that some of them are so big, so wide, that, well, in my experience and in terms of what was selected as their form of education by students or candidates, any activity that aims at increasing competences as well as justified will fit this catalogue of activities, I think, which is a big advantage of PROM. And I hope you are also seeing that as an advantage. Indications or guidelines for applicants, I hope they are in line with how you're preparing your applications. Let me just point your attention to one aspect here in particular. In terms of programs, when you can apply more than one application, send one more than application, don't copy-paste sections of from the application, because that confuses us a lot. If the university sends 3 or files 3 applications that are almost identical with some small elements changing, the question is whether this is the same application times 3 or 3 different ones. Please don't do that. File 1 or 2 applications, but that would be different in terms of scope of activities, not to mention costs. And here we're pointing your attention to differentiating the applications. And also, please don't be afraid to include your original idea to implementing them. Realistic estimation of indicators, this is something you should be also paying attention to. If there is a documented needs analysis, then it's going to be an added value, definitely. If you say what is the reason for these activities, this is definitely the good direction here. We mentioned that you should read both the call and the agreements and the regulations for the call. Reading these documents might be tedious or might seem tedious or difficult, but still there are certain requirements that would be placed here, and for example, reporting system may be put in detail, that we won't describe anywhere else. So please pay attention to that.
And of course, remember to do it in advance. It seems obvious, but very often there is a case that applications are sent 1 minute before closing the system. Sometimes our system can be lagging a bit, and then the application won't be accepted because it was sent 1 or 2 minutes after finishing of the project. Please don't do it like that. Please detail cost in the budget and also read the catalog of non-qualified costs. Do you have any questions to what I've just mentioned? If there are no questions... Oh, there is one. Krzysztof Walkowiak, Dean of the Doctoral School of Wrocław, about the salaries cost of transportation, accommodation? Are you planning to take it into account? Yes, we want to change it, approach it in a different way. I didn't mention such costs because we're working on them. What we're working on as an institution, I feel, is something that is referring to the financial realities of today's world, but also this is a concept that we are still developing, and I cannot tell you about the details. On one hand, we want it to be feasible in terms of expenses, and on the other hand, we want to make it well differentiated in terms of different disciplines. I know it's very general, but I cannot tell you the details, and I'm really happy where it is going in terms of organizing it. I don't know if you can trust me, but I am really pleased with the catalog of costs, and I'm happy with how it will look like. Probably we're finishing their implementation, and the money was okay at the beginning. Now the situation is for some doctoral students difficult because of the high inflation, the problem with the currencies differences. We're working on a catalog that will involve not only PROM but other programs directed to institutions and at individual fellows. So it was going to be a complex approach, and therefore I think that we should be happy about it. It will be about STER as well. In PROM, it's easier because it's 1 year time. STER is a 3-year time, so in the last difficulties in terms of economy, 3 years mean that money will lose that money will lose, value. So indirect costs. It was a big problem for us when we were implementing STER because the competitive grant centers provide with such costs. I'm talking about administrative costs. The STER project is a one-time project, so we needed to organize it. We needed to provide administrative work, and universities don't have money to do so. I understand your point of view, and I can only say that this topic will be area of our interest, and not going to, but it is the area of our interest. Thank you. About the money in PROM, at the beginning, the money seemed very attractive, but then because of the inflation and prolongation of the project, well, the money lost the value at some point, at least by referring to what happened in 2019. And I'm aware of that. And what we are doing now in NAVA are to make this mechanism uniform, make this approach more uniform, but we also want to be quite flexible, thinking about future recruitments, and we are happy about that. One more question. Krystian Wojtkiewicz, University of Technology in Wrocław. About PROM, I have one question. Will there be a provision discriminating a senior, a scientist above 40 years of age? Hopefully not. Two important people in my institution are saying that no, there will be no such requirements. I am older than 40, so I cannot think otherwise. Maybe it's not a problem, it's a challenge, so even I could apply. So the path is open even for me. Urszula Broda, Wrocław University, Cooperation Department. I have a question about students, PhD students and academic staff. Will university decide about the percentage ratio, or you will impose some percentage ratio? This is the topic that hasn't been detailed yet. We will impose the ratio. There will be indications, but we don't know how it will look like in detail, so I'm not going to tell you now everything about it, because I think the broadening of the catalog and being aware how much some universities and scientific institutions didn't like this 20% for academic staff, well, we will take this into account again, and we won't maybe do it in the future, or we will be more flexible about it in the future, about 20% of academic staff. Only at the end, 2 slides about, one of them about CEPUS program, Central European Exchange Program for University Studies. 16 countries take part in this program, CEPUS. It has a very long history, offers short-term scholarship for research fellows within the academic networks, but also as a part of Free Mover Initiative, short-term fellows for summer schools and for intensive courses, program dedicated to students, PhD students and staff. And what is worth mentioning, and recently we discussed it during the significant meeting for this initiative. So far, in the long history of the CEPUS program, there were over 2,000 institutions out of these 16 countries. 82,000 fellowships were accepted. Here you can see the link to the website. I assume that this is something you know of. CEPUS program is a long-lasting program and has a very positive tradition in Polish institutions, Polish universities. And at the end, I would like to mention EuroAccess, so European network of supporting researcher mobility and internationalization of science. EuroAccess Poland is for some time in NAWA, has been for some time in NAWA. This initiative is about free assistance in the admission of foreign scientists, help in proceeding, visas, legalizing the stay, arrival with family, signing contracts with the researcher. It includes European base of jobs for employers and incoming researchers, European database of job offers and scholarship for scientists. This is very important activity, I think. There's a possibility to place post free offers at every field and stage of scientist career. More information can be found on www.euroaccess.pl. Are there any questions about what I said about the last 2 or 3 slides? Or the recruitment? If there are no questions, please remember that after announcing the recruitment, you can contact people who are responsible for a given recruitment in NAWA. They will answer online or on the phone with all your doubts, so that you're convinced that this application that is submitted is of high quality. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our conference has been finished, is finishing, so at the end I would like to ask the Director of National Academic Exchange, Mr. Kostecki. Please join me here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your persistence, because world belongs to those who are persistent. The questions asked, well, you know, we couldn't provide the answers to all of your questions because we are still have some time to the first quarter of 2024, and Ms. Balcerzak did great job not to tell you about all the details, because we are ahead of the real grand revolution in NAVA. So we don't want to, you know, we don't want to tell you all the details. We don't want to do it. First of all, about the indirect cost, because there was also a problem in the panel discussion. I think that this month we are planning a meeting with the representatives of academia, IRIS Forum, and with other stakeholders to think about it problem. We're aware that there is a need to improve the attractiveness of our offer in terms of the cost for people who are directly engaged into the project. And it's important, it's significant. We know that this is the expectation, and we would like to meet this expectation. That's why environmental consultations are being done. And our strategy of DABA development for 2023-2030 includes these elements about the necessities of the staff, not only academic staff, but also administrative staff. Administrative staff that is very often under-evaluated, underestimated, because you also create the university. University is not about the master and the student. University is about, and most of all, about people. People who frequently work in very appreciated positions. They're like maybe marginalized. They're not in the flesh, in the lights, flashlights, in the spotlight, sorry, of what's going on by university. Remember that staff is an important part of university. All the tasks in Welcome to Poland for administrative tasks is not the end. This is what we need a special program. We want to talk about it. Special program for administrative staff. This will allow to create university of the 21st century. About the changes in the financing and the need to adjust it to the level of inflation, well, we're aware of the problem. And without any doubt, competitive offer means that we, as institution providing grants, we should provide the best conditions. It's not about, students to pay their costs. Of course, sometimes it may happen because a given city or a given institution is very, very expensive. Our task is to standardize all the processes to avoid such situations.
The format of costs related to the procedure and the amount of funding is something that, we will keep discussing, definitely. Increasing the rates for students is definitely going to be revised in the Banach's programs. These amounts are going to be revised. But I think 2023 and the coming year, as for scientists, we need to build competitive offer. We need to revise our amounts. Otherwise, Polish science won't be able to be developed. Science knows no bounds, and great example here would be all forms of mobility. Of course, short-term mobility that we've been discussing today, even though it's not included in the evaluation, still it is fixed in the landscape of Polish academia, I think. And without that, we can't imagine, the future. And that's why we announced new application calls. STER, Catamaran, Spinnaker, Prom are just our flagship examples. So we have a broad offer that is known to you, for sure. But we also know that you have ideas, you have new solutions. That's why this year, well, we can't sleep it out. Welcome to Poland and strategic partnerships are two new things that you would like to talk about, that you would like to tell the others. Being on conference here, we would like to be the pioneers of these two calls, so that other people will also look for inspiration, would also try to, write a good application. Maybe ChatGPT will help. Using the opportunity, I would like to wish you all that the new academic year to be full of satisfaction and challenges also. Of course, there are success stories when we are accepted to the list, but then I hope that this effort will bring the best fruit possible. And I consider today's conference, Prom, short trips, great opportunities. I consider the conference is closed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, the conference is over, as you heard. Thank you very much for your participation. And I would like to thank the organizers of this event on behalf of NAVA Agency and the Wrocław University of Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to wish you all the best, and I'll see you soon.